It's my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better now. Ooh, we better. Oh, it's my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, it's my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better now. Ooh, we better. It's my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better it's my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better now. Way better. It's my regular. I'm talking. Way better. It's my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better now. Ooh, way better. It's my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, it's my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better now. Ooh, way better. It's my regular. I'm talking things for better now. Oh, things for better I
Good morning. Good morning, y'all.
I beat you to your laugh, ma'am. I beat you to the laugh. Shut a laugh. Shut a laugh.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Good job, Money Boy Train. Hey, D True.
The teamwork make the dream work.
Good morning. I just woke up. Is it 8:30?
Who said I was coming on at 8:30? Me?
Trey.
Trey said it was. Who said that?
What time did she say? Well, we.
I said I be trying. I really be trying. Let me tell you something. I'm just saying. Look, I wake up. I do wake up. I get up. But yeah, I'm here. Damn it. Don't do me, D Truth. Don't do me. Shut up, Ebro. Ebro, would you shut up? My God, today, like
Ebro's verified it.
Ebro's don't never have my back. Like honestly, Ebro said you the ops. They say you the ops. I was playing with Bob. Well,
The truth, why are you here? I thought they told you we didn't have your back.
Oh shit.
I know that, sir.
So why you? So why
I'm here? I'm here because I'm hoping that I can get it back.
Ebro, Brooks, you want me to lie or tell the truth about the balls? E Brooks, I think you know what I think. Not E Brooks, but I do have your back all the time. I cussed out a minute for you. Oh yeah, you have E Brooks. Yes, you have, girl. I know you love me. D True.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
I keep going on mute. Y'all hear me talking? Beer can help me. Cause y'all tripping. Why are y'all both on mute?
We are not on mute.
What? What?
The true.
Yeah,
So
yes, ma'am.
I think somebody wants to mind fuck you. I think that somebody maybe want you on their team and they're trying to make you believe that we don't like you for real. See, this is the thing. I don't fuck with people I don't like. I don't pretend. So I think you just like popular right now. Everybody wants you. Be careful though.
Well, with that being said, I'm hot right now. That's just what it
Yeah,
is.
you hot. The block is
I'm
hot.
hot. I'm hot right now.
Yeah.
I got the block hot right now, and so many people for so long, and they think they've cracked the case.
Oh yeah.
It, is there something? If you constantly smell popcorn, is there like something? Is that like a symptom of something? Because I
You
swear
smelling popcorn?
I smell popcorn. I can't figure out where the hell it's coming from.
What do you want some popcorn?
I done looked around my house twice. Like I'm
Do
like,
you want some popcorn?
damn, did somebody sneak up in my house and cooking popcorn somewhere?
Do you want some popcorn? Are you
No,
crazy?
I don't want any. I don't want any popcorn. But I swear I smell popcorn. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Be careful. You got stalkers. Be careful. They might be popping popcorn in your house.
I'm gonna need to go look at my attic.
Please do. Just hey y'all. Good morning to y'all. We coming in. We coming in. Now listen. Um, I think I'm gonna start today's live off with shout out to the True Siblings that sent me links to the truth. You know that Dinkins wrote a letter to the judge, right?
Yes, he said his trial was unfair.
Yeah. Yeah.
You chose a
To do a
judge.
jury, a
Yeah.
judge, right.
Rather than jury, you choose the judge. So you can't go back now and say it was unfair. Now you
And
can say that you had inadequate representation.
I agree with that though, for real, because old boy just ain't into it. He just not all into it.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, you could dress up a duck,
Oh God.
but it's still going to be a duck. You can
Right.
say whatever you want to make people try to believe it's not a duck, but it's still a
A
duck.
duck. Come on, be true. Y'all, thank y'all for joining. Please hit the like button on the way in if you don't mind, and if you feel so inclined, hit the cash app and support the channel. Okay, we're gonna start off because my people want to talk about this, right? So apparently, Dinkies wrote a letter to the judge, um, ahead of verdict. So they on verdict watch, of course. Hey, Miss Janice, good morning. Hey, Miss Ann, good morning. The truth, your photo is scary, sir. It is scary. But so let's get into it, y'all. Thank y'all for joining. It says defendant Harry Dinkins has penned a letter to the judge ahead of his verdict announcement. In August, Dinkins stood trial for the July 2020 murder and kidnapping of 10-year-old Breasia Terrell. God rest her beautiful soul. He opted for a bench trial, meaning Judge Henry Latham will decide his fate. Latham is expected to announce his verdict Friday, February 15th. Oh my God, 2 days. And Dinkins' letter, dated September the 4th and obtained by Court TV, the defendant claims the state used deception and sabotage his whole case to fit their opinion of a theory. Dinkins claims prosecutor withheld evidence from his defense and continued to do so. Judge Latham responded to the letter in a filing, saying since Dinkins has a public defender. Oh, he's a public defender.
Yeah, he don't have no money. He don't have a job.
Oh my God! I just didn't. He like too old. Did you give me a minute? Let me run to the bedroom for a minute and get something. But that guy looks too old to be a public defender.
Yeah, well, some of them leave and then they come back.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Like, I don't think he's been a public defender for a long time. I think he leaves and comes back. But he's saying that they withheld, but that if you can't withhold evidence, everything must be presented to the defense prior to it being shown. So what did they withhold? Because there's been no talk of it from his lawyers.
Right. I,
And
I
nothing
didn't know that old ass man. Now that you know what, that clears up a lot for me. Him being a public defender. I'm sorry.
Well, the other one is younger, his co-counsel.
Yeah.
So
that dude, though, the main attorney or whatever you want to call it, I didn't think he was well, I should have known.
Now he may not be the young kid may be his public defender, because many times they'll bring in pro se, well, not pro se, but pro bono people. If they don't have a lot of public defenders, the court will actually assign attorneys pro bono work, and they have to take so many per year. So that's what he could be, meaning, because he does have a public defender, but he may also, because it's such a severe case, sometimes the judge will appoint a pro bono lawyer.
Right. But my thing is this. So you can't blame the court because you can't afford to pay your own attorney. Like, now you want to use the fact that the guy is let's see what he says. Okay, so Judge Latham responded to the letter in a filing, saying since Dinkins has a public defender, he shouldn't file any pro se document except for a motion seeking disqualification of appointed counsel. He then says Dinkins' attorney should confer with him to determine whether any motion should be filed and set for a hearing. Prosecutors delivered their opening statement on August 10th. Was it August 10th they did?
Yeah. Remember, we're behind. Yeah.
Okay, opening statements on August 10th with evidence concluding nearly 3 weeks later. Terrell was last seen July 9, 2020, while spending the night at Dinkins' home with her half-brother. I hate when they do that. I don't like that. Who is Dinkins' biological son. At trial, the boy testified he saw Dinkins shoot Terrell. A medical examiner testified Terrell died from multiple gunshot wounds. Dinkins maintains his innocence. All right, so let's read the letter. If I can. Ooh. First of all, he didn't write this, I don't think. Usually when they slant it to the left like that in writing, well, he may be left-handed.
He looks like the type that I have like pretty little bitch handwriting.
Yeah, I think he may be. Oh, it's not showing y'all. Let me show y'all the letter. All right. Let me show y'all the letter, man. There's the letter. There's the letter. I know y'all probably can't read it. So.
No, it's actually pretty clear.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So Judge Latham, he wrote this on September the 4th, 2023. Oh my God, it's 4 pages. Jesus be offense. I am writing you with urgency, Judge Latham. I'm writing you, and I'm gonna read it like it's written, y'all. Okay. I am writing you with urgency, attention that the state has used deception and sabotage this whole case to fit their opinion of a theory, which I have proof if given the opportunity. Given the opportunity to show you their lack of honesty to the courts and the public. First and foremost, they, the state, did not obligate the court's order when my attorney filed for request for production and disclosed by counsel and pursuant to Iowa Rule of Criminal Procedures 2.14.2, stating the following item of evidence. If in possession and control of the state of Iowa, uh, of criminal procedures. Wait a minute, stating the following item of evidence. If in possession and control of the state of Iowa are necessary for preparation, the defendant to inspect copies or photographs or exhibits or any evidence the state intends to offer in evidence at the trial or were obtained from or belong to the defendant. I'm reading it like it's written. Rule 1.517. Consequences of failure to make disclosure or discovery. Rule 1.517. 1. Failure to disclose or supplement if a party failed to provide information or identity a witness as required by Rule 1.5004 or 1.5083, the party is not allowed to use that information or witness to supply evidence on a motion at a hearing or at trial unless the failure was substantially justified or harmless. The failure to act described in Rule 1.517 may not be excused on the grounds that the discovery sought is objectionable. I don't understand what the fuck he's saying. 1.500, disclosure of expert testimony. And then he goes, is A. In general, in addition to the disclosure required by Rule 1.500, a party must disclose to the other parties the identity of any witness the party may use at trial to present evidence under Rule of Evidence. Okay. How the hell he jumped from 83? Hold on. Okay, anyway. So any exhibits that will be used to summarize or support their opinion. Duty to disclose, required disclosure. He's stating, oh my God. Okay.
He's just stating the rules that he's objecting
He's
to,
been to the
and
law
the
library or he
yeah,
has a jailhouse attorney.
one of the two, one of the two.
Yeah. In general, except as exempted by Rule 1.500 or otherwise stipulated or ordered by the courts. A party must, without awaiting a discovery request, provide the other parties all document electronically stored information and tangible things that the disclosing party has in its possession, custody, or control. Any may use to support its claim or defense unless the use will be solely for impeachment. I don't know what the hell. Hold on, let me pull up my phone, baby. Hey, my phone, baby.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Or no, for me it's good afternoon. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, it is. It is afternoon.
It was supposed to be morning.
Shut up, be true. Shut
And
up.
I object this letter, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, it's a bunch of gibberish. Okay, so I would have to say, Judge Latham, that the state didn't provide at least 50% of those exhibits until the day of trial, and there are still others the state haven't provided to us, the defendant. If given the opportunity to prove this on the record, I can show the deception, and how they sabotage a lot in this case. I showed you already where the state moved exhibits to fit the story in trial. I have plenty more to show you and the public. Those exhibits was also given to us during trial, not before. In Rule 1.1012, grounds for vacating or modifying judgment. Well, judgment hasn't been placed yet. Okay, but anywho, um, unavailable casualty or misfortune preventing the parties from prosecuting or defending. 1.1012, material evidence newly discovered which could not, with reasonable diligence, have been disclosed and produced at trial. Judge Latham, I was also looking under official. I'm reading this how it's written, y'all. So don't come for me. Judge Latham, I was also looking under official comment. Enactment 1943 federal practice. We come now to the question of enforcement. Without adequate sanction, the procedure for discovery will be ineffectual under Rule 37. Any party who seeks to evade or
It's ineffectable. Ineffectable
ineffectual,
under, yeah.
ineffectual. Thank you. Under Rule 37, any party who seeks to evade or you want to tell me what that word is right there?
Evade or thwart,
Thor?
meaning
Okay.
block.
A full and candid discovery incurs the risk of serious consequences. Now, okay, consequences which may involve imprisonment for contempt of courts, for disobedience of court order. The entry of a order, okay, the entry of a order that designated facts be taken to establish the entry of any refusing, I'm reading it like it's written, the disobedience party the right to support or oppose designated claims of defenses, strike out pleading by default, dismissal. And that's the envelope that he sent it in to Judge Latham. What the hell?
I guess it went like across the hall because those are the same addresses.
You know what? It
what, what
sure is.
what he's saying is the fact that they they withheld evidence and only gave it to him the day of trial, so
Mm,
they didn't have adequate time to make a defense
my God,
against it.
today.
And then he's also trying to say that they manipulated things to fit their agenda or their theory. Well, your defense has the opportunity to debunk anything that's being put forward. And if
Mm-hmm.
anything was left out, they could fill it in and they could place it into evidence.
Mm-hmm.
That might have worked with a jury, but this is a judge.
Mm.
See what
But
I'm saying?
you know what? In the closing remarks, the judge asked all these questions. His his attorneys were satisfied with everything,
Mhm.
and he also asked, "You did refuse to testify, correct?" So this is crazy because he was given the opportunity. Even his lawyers had the opportunity to speak and give anything that they had that wasn't presented.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm confused by the letter.
Well, he's saying they're
I'm confused by the
withholding.
letter
Yeah,
altogether.
he's saying they're withholding evidence that might prove he's innocent,
But they had the opportunity
to complain
to
and make
speak
a
at
motion
that
to the jury.
moment.
Yeah.
Yes.
They didn't know he wrote this letter. They didn't know he wrote this letter because he in his statement back. He says, you need to confer with your lawyers. I don't know why unless you're asking me to get rid of your lawyers
Right.
because they didn't do an adequate job. That's the only reason you should be speaking to me.
Mm-hmm.
And it is out of order to speak to me prior to your judgment.
Right.
You could be, because he could get him for tampering. You're trying to persuade me to think the state did not do their job, and
Right.
it's just like him writing a letter to a bunch of jurors.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like he knows he knows everything they showed points right to him. This is a lot. Someone, one of his cellmates, is like, you should write a letter to the judge. Let's go to the libraries and look up the books and everything. So you be able to write out the good stuff. The numbers and the evidence. You got to have the numbers. The numbers are important. So he went to the law library, which is in jail, or if he's in county lockup where they're holding him, he can request those books.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't have access to a library, you can request the books, and by the law they have to bring them to you.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever you ask for, they cannot not bring it to you. They have to bring it to you.
Wow. Well, when from I think when people go into prison, they become one or two things: a jailhouse lawyer or a preacher. Like
They're all victims. They're all victims.
Oh, absolutely victims.
You
Absolutely.
can go see right here. This is you right here. See, this is you right here. See right here. You pull the gun out and you shoot that guy. Wasn't me. Okay. All right.
All right. So apparently, this is entitled "Henry Dinkins writes a letter to judge ahead of verdict." And let me see. Let me play this right quick for y'all. I don't know if this is what the judge.
Murder of Breasia Terrell has written a letter to the judge in the case. In it, Henry Dinkins says the state used, quote, deception and tried to, quote, sabotage his case. In the handwritten letter, he says the state broke a number of rules and withheld evidence from his attorneys. Dinkins also asked the judge for an opportunity to prove his claims.
Oh, well, that was quick and to the point. Did you do me a favor while we get into? I want to know if the judge responded yet. I know Trey looked.
Responded to the letter.
Did the judge respond yet? Did the judge respond? I can't even talk.
He did respond.
And that was what he said. Like,
yeah, that's what he said, because he can't rule on that, because first,
right,
he can't ask him that, and he can't say that he didn't ask for a motion. So you can't just go, Your Honor, I'd like to say this, and I want to put this motion in. No,
But
it has
he
to be
had
in
the
writing.
opportunity. That's why I'm saying the judge ain't probably paying him no mind. You had the opportunity. He asked you. He asked.
Did you have adequate were you adequately defended? Is what they usually ask before, like do you feel like your attorneys adequately defended you? And you have a right to say no. No, I don't. I think they were weak. I think they were dumb. Whatever you want to say, you can say right there. But for him to write a letter, the judge can't accept that letter. The only thing the judge can rule on is motions. He can't. That's why he said, "Look, if the only thing I can take from you is a motion to dismiss your counsel. That's it. I can't discuss this. I can't do a ruling on a letter stating that your adequate representation. You basically cannot ask me to reopen the case because you think there's missing evidence. Your
Well, that would be
lawyers
something. That would be something the lawyers would
yes,
draft.
and they'd have to put in a motion to do it, and
Right.
everything has to be written
Right.
and handed to the court, and then the court sets a date for it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like when they go for a mistrial, they go, Your Honor, I'm going to put in a motion for a mistrial. Yes, I'm putting in a motion for a mistrial. I'm just telling you now. And then they put the motion in for the mistrial and why they believe it's a mistrial. And then the judge looks at it and rules on it. Or he may just sit back and go, you know what? No, there was no mistrial. That's not, but he can't do pro se motions.
Yeah. All right. So let's get into day 8, y'all. We're into day 8. Oh, let me change the speed on it. I want to speed it up. And I'm going to put it on 1.5. Let me see if y'all can understand 1.5.
Detective Obert, what I'd like to do is I want to go through and watch the video clips for the activity around 53rd after the defendant had returned back to the apartment, picked up Notorious, left and came back, and then left an additional time. And then I want to do a review of the video surveillance feed from all the locations going out on Highway 61 into Clinton and back, okay? Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 23. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 23?
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit 23?
All right. Y'all let me know if that's too fast. Is that too fast?
No, it actually sounded like she was talking normal until she got to the end, and then it sounds sped up.
Yeah, I want to speed it up so we can try to get through as much as we can. Okay.
It is video footage of all things that we felt were relevant to the investigation. So it's video footage from businesses that we canvassed, but then they're parsed down into smaller clips to make it more easily accessible when presenting today.
Sure. As far as the portions that will be played, does it simply show those points in time when the defendant's vehicle was observed passing various locations?
That is correct.
All right. Now, would this include also locations down along River Drive in the area of Schmidt Road?
It does.
All right. And then have you gone through and reviewed this to determine that this accurately depicts the activity relevant to this particular investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 23.
Oh, no objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 23 will be admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would request just to simply play those portions involving Highway 61 and going up to Clinton and the around the area of 53rd, since we haven't gotten to the point of the testimony on River Drive.
You may.
Okay, thank you. Detective Obert, let's talk first of all about the Quick Start. Does the Quick Star have a different type of what do I want to call it? A different type of player that it didn't make it easy just to take that information and put it on what we're seeing for clips that you put on State's Exhibit 23?
That is correct. The Quick Start requires the proprietary player that comes with when you download it, so that cannot be parsed into its own smaller clip. It has to be played within the player.
Okay, all right. We'll play that here in a moment. But then let's go ahead and let's start with the video clip on Eastern. All right. Now, going back to your testimony, after the defendant left the apartment complex, what business did we see him traveling past first?
The Quick Start at East 53rd Street.
Okay. And do you recall what the time of that was?
That was at approximately 5:55 a.m.
All right. And then from there, what street does he head toward?
Eastern.
What direction does he turn on Eastern?
Northbound.
Is he captured traveling northbound on Eastern?
He is.
From what address?
That is the 6138 Judson Circle.
What is the relationship of 6138 Judson Circle to traffic going either north or south on Eastern?
It captures the 6100 block of Eastern Avenue.
All right. Is that one of the neighborhoods that lies along Eastern Avenue?
It is.
And does it lie on the west or the east side of Eastern Avenue?
East side.
And then as far as the video surveillance camera, where is it physically attached to this structure so that it could pick up activity that we're going to observe?
It captures the back of the residence, which then allows for video footage to be broadcasted onto Eastern Avenue.
All right. We'll play that footage then. What's our time frame that we're going to see the vehicle traveling north on Eastern past that location?
Approximately 5:57 a.m.
What do we see?
The maroon Impala traveling northbound.
All right, just to reset the stage then, and we're going to go back. Based on the cellular phone activity, were we able to determine the path of travel of that vehicle when it got to the northernmost point of Eastern?
That is correct.
What was its path of travel?
Towards Veterans Memorial and then eastbound on Veterans Memorial.
All right, and Veterans Memorial runs what directions?
East-west.
Okay, then when it traveled eastbound on Veterans Memorial, based on cellular phone records, where did that vehicle travel to next?
South on Jersey Ridge Road.
All right. And then, based on testimony with the vehicle going back to the apartment complex, do we ever see it returning north?
We do.
All right. What is the relevance of the address of 5915 Woodland Avenue?
This video footage captures the 5900 block of Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. Is this a neighborhood then that lies either to the east or the west side of Jersey Ridge?
I'd have to look at a map.
Okay. All right. But at any rate, let's go ahead and we'll play this. So the first one that we want to look at is which one?
The 559.
Okay. And what direction is it traveling at that point?
South on Jersey Ridge Road.
Would that take it back toward 53rd in the apartment complex?
That is correct.
Do we see the vehicle?
Yes, it was the maroon Impala traveling south.
Okay. All right. And then does this give you a perspective as to whether or not that residence lies on the east or the west side of Jersey?
It lies on the east side of Jersey.
Okay. Now let's go back down again.
The maroon Impala traveling north.
All right. Does this activity all correspond with our cellular phone record information?
It does.
All right. The next location that the vehicle is spotted at would be at what location?
Mile marker 124,
Heading what direction?
northbound on US 61.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. What time does it head northbound on mile marker 124?
6:11 a.m.
And then had the vehicle already passed at this point?
Yes.
Let me go back and I'll play that and I just won't talk. And let us know when we see the vehicle.
It is now traveling north
All right.
in the westmost lane.
Okay. And then what time did we capture on that same camera coming back that morning?
7:52 a.m.
Heading what direction?
south on 61.
And let us know when we see that vehicle.
The vehicle is now just heading out of scene. It was in the westmost lane south.
I want to go back and I want to discuss the activity there at the quick shop when the defendant was observed going in, making the purchases and leaving. Detective Obert, what time did Mr. Dinkins leave that parking lot?
Approximately 3:38 a.m.
All right. Now, with him leaving the parking lot at 3:38 a.m., did you travel to see how much time it would take to get to mile marker 124?
There was a Google Maps printout or a Google Maps search that I conducted to get an approximate time what it would take from that quick shop location passing mile marker 124.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you recall what that time element would have been?
Approximately 6 minutes.
Okay. Now, that being said, did you go to mile marker 124 in the middle of the night to see if you could pick up any activity passing mile marker 124?
Yes, and there was 2 vehicles that are heading north on 61 at 3:44 a.m. and 3:45 a.m. However, due to the being at nighttime, the quality of the video, you can't make out the make, model, or color of any of those vehicles.
However, could you tell if it was a sedan versus a pickup versus a semi?
I was able to deduce that it's not a semi and likely not a truck, but some sort of sedan.
Okay. So would that activity, as far as the time element, then correlate with the amount of time it would take to travel from the quick shop to mile marker 124?
It does make it possible to be the same vehicle.
All right. I'm going to go back to our first video clip at 3:44. And what direction of travel are we talking about?
Northbound on 61.
Okay. And as far as activity that we've seen?
The vehicle's traveling northbound.
Okay. All right. Before it became all headlights, could you see if it was a sedan?
It's kind of hard to make out for certain.
All right. I'm going to play that just one more time and see if we can pick up on that.
The headlights kind of drowned out everything.
Certainly. All right. Then let's go to the next activity within that time frame at 3:45. Again, what's the direction of travel?
Northbound on 61.
And is that the activity that we're talking about there? Oh, here we go.
Yep. So
Okay.
that one, it kind of gets dark again, which I believe makes out to be a sedan.
All right. Okay. What is our first location after the maroon Chevy Impala turns east on Highway 30 going into Clinton?
When it comes to video surveillance footage, at 6:43 a.m. passing Posh Farms or 6441 Lincoln Way,
All right. And what would be the direction of travel again?
eastbound.
Does that take the vehicle into Clinton?
It does.
When we look at this video, where do we need to be looking out?
Up in the top left corner, the vehicle just was seen in view and is now traveling east.
Okay. For Posh Farms, does it lie on the south side of Highway 30 or the north side of Highway 30?
South side.
Okay. So would that place Posh Farms closest towards Scott County?
Yes.
Okay. And then what time is that vehicle seen traveling past Posh Farms going out west?
7:15 a.m.
And is this after the time that the vehicle has departed the Walmart?
That is correct.
Let us know when we see the activity.
You can see the vehicle from afar. Now it's going to be heading close to out of camera view now.
All right. What would be our next location that would have captured the vehicle before it gets to Walmart in Clinton?
Before it gets to Walmart in
Yeah.
Clinton, it would be First Central Bank,
All right. And what time is it observed traveling past First Central Bank?
6:49 a.m.
Just again, circling the wagons, what is the location of First Central State Bank relative to the Walmart?
Right around the corner from Walmart. They're very close in proximity.
All right. And then when, based on video surveillance footage from Walmart, does Mr. Dinkins enter the Walmart parking lot driving that maroon Chevy Impala?
Approximately 6:50 a.m.
Okay. So the feed that we're looking at is what time?
6:49.
Oh, shoot.
And then that's the Impala right there,
All right.
heading eastbound.
Was it ca-
That would be after it's just left Walmart.
Okay, I'm going to play that. And so what direction would it be heading on Highway 30?
West. There, the Impala's in view and now out of view.
All right. What would be our next location?
DeWitt Travel Center.
Okay. For purposes of perspective again, where is the DeWitt Travel Center located relative to Highway 61 and the exit into Clinton if you were to travel east on Highway 30?
It'd be on the north side, be on the north side of Highway 30, but it'd be the southernmost part of DeWitt.
Okay. And is that fairly close then to Highway 61?
Yes.
All right.
This one requires the player as well.
That's okay.
The name of the folder, that's the exact time that you'll see the maroon Impala passing.
All right. Yep, that's right. All right. So let me just go ahead and I'll pick the correct player for us to be able to play this. Okay.
The timestamp on this player is approximately 4.5 to 5 minutes off real time.
All right. Hold on. Let me do this again. I need to pull that up. Before we play this, Detective Obert, can you give us a perspective of where we want to look to on this video?
In the top part of it, and then kind of like towards the middle. With a semi in the way right now, it blocks a decent amount of traffic, but when that one's taken out of consideration, you can see the top part of the screen is traveling vehicles on Highway 30.
Okay. And what's our time frame so that we can get our counter to the right point?
7:30:45, which makes it at approximately 7:26 a.m.
And was that our maroon Impala there?
It's going to be coming up here shortly.
Okay, gotcha. Let's see. You ready? Okay. We're going to switch laptops here so that we can then focus on Quick Start. All right. We need that. Okay, there we go. All right. What was our time element on this one?
5:55 a.m.
Okay. Before we play this, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked.
You may.
I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 25 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 25?
Yes,
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 25?
DVD with a quick start video footage on it.
All right, and this is the one that has a different format that requires us to use.
Yeah, it requires the player that was downloaded with the video content.
And does this then reflect the relevant activity of that maroon Chevy Impala passing by the Quick Star during the early morning hours of July 10th?
It does,
What time?
at 5:55 a.m.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 25.
No, no objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 25 will be admitted.
And then, Your Honor, may we go ahead and play this footage?
You may.
All right, go ahead and set the time again for me.
The maroon Impala is seen heading westbound on 53rd Street at 5:55 a.m.
Where should we be looking in this video?
In the top left corner.
Okay, D True, you want to explain what's going on here?
They're establishing his movements before he gets to the apartment building.
Right.
So they're trying to show where he was because they have no cell phone data. Because remember, he turned it off and he removed the battery while he was roaming back and forth with the kid in the car.
Mm-hmm.
So they're establishing where he was and how close he was to where the body was dropped.
Right.
So every time he's pointing out where they see the car, oh, here it is right here, and they're giving you the times, they probably tracked him back from when the kid put the battery back in the phone, and then backwards. Meaning we know he's here at this time. Let's start looking at some cameras to see if we can place him from one place to the other, because they tracked him from the house from what the girlfriend said early in the morning at the 3 a.m. when he supposedly left.
Right.
With the child. So they said, okay, he left this time. So they're scouring all the cameras, the banks, the gas stations, anything they can find to see if they can spot his car to see what direction he's going in. So this line of questioning is just establishing where he was at the times that they could not pin him with a cell phone.
Gotcha. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for joining. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. All right, let's get back to it.
There's the Impala.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and take ourselves back to the day of July 10th of 2020. You've done the interview of Henry Dinkins, correct?
That's correct.
Your next interview would have been?
With Aisha Langford.
Then your next interview would have been?
DL.
Okay. And then, of course, during your interview of DL, we've talked about just different things that he told you. But what developed during the course of your contact with DL?
We conducted a ride with DL, myself, and Detective Hamas, and that led us down to Credit Island.
All right. When you arrived to the area of Credit Island, describe what developed.
An area was pointed out where the defendant had said to walk over area around Credit Island. Evidence Tech was dispatched to help process that area.
Who was our civilian crime scene technician that came to the area to process it?
That'd been Joe Foster.
All right. Detective Obert, I'd like for you to look at the whiteboard. Do you recognize an area that's been drawn that will be relevant to this testimony?
Yes.
Okay. You've got your pointer right there behind you. And then if you could, show us what area you were directed to by DL. Okay. For our written record, just to describe that, if you are driving on River Drive and you use that access road coming onto Credit Island, would it be located on the west or the north side of that access road?
It'd be on the west side.
All right. Describe that area for our record.
The area I'm pointing to is kind of like gravel parking lot in a way. And then what's labeled as Mississippi River is more just runoff water. Depends on the time of year and how much rainfall, how full that gets, or it can sometimes get close to being dried out. And then just south or north of that, it's overgrown foliage or sometimes just mud. Again, depends on how much runoff is in that area. And then further to the west, there's a little tree line here, and it starts getting heavily wooded.
All right. Would it be fair to say that it's heavily wooded along that runoff area on both the north and the south side
Yes.
of that area? All right. Did those footprints take, well, describe the path of travel of those footprints for us, if you could?
They were east to west.
Okay. And then what I have to do is I want you to come down just to the board, and I want you to take this blue magic marker and just give us a general perspective of the path of travel of those footsteps. Certainly. Go ahead and take your seat. I believe we discussed this on Friday, but let's go ahead and let's talk about the indicated that Mr. Dinkins stopped and parked the maroon Chevy Impala. How would you describe that surface?
Again, it kind of depends on rainfall or the time of the year or the runoff. But that day in particular, it was pretty muddy just because of the rain that we had the day before.
Okay. And to be clear, are you talking about the area where we saw the footprints?
Yes.
All right. Now, where the vehicle would have pulled off to what you call that gravel area, was that muddy as well, or was there just a lot of gravel there?
It was just gravel. It's not like you're sinking into any of that portion of the ground over there.
This gives rise to another discussion that I'd like to have. Going back, when we had discussions about the maroon Chevy Impala after it had been seized and it had been raised to have the gas tank dropped for purposes of determining the amount of gas in it, what was noted on the undercarriage of that vehicle?
There was several areas where there was mud clumped under the undercarriage.
Okay. Where did you park your vehicle when you went down to the area of Credit Island that day on the trip with DL?
In that gravel lot that I explained.
Okay. Did you know anything as far as your vehicle sinking down into mud or having a lot of mud collected on your tires?
No.
All right. That being said, though, was there a request made for soil samples to be
made, and FBI agent did the collecting of those soil samples.
Who was that FBI agent?
Cameron Smith.
All right. Then I'm going to just go ahead and jump ahead to the events of July 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. That massive canvass that was conducted there along Highway 30 in Clinton, once it was determined that the child had traveled to the Walmart with his father. Were there soil samples collected out there along Highway 30?
Yes, and that was done after the test ride with DL.
All right. Were those soil samples sent in to the FBI laboratory for analysis?
They were.
All right. Now, just very simply, are you aware of the results of that analysis for Credit Island and for the soil samples collected along Highway 30?
Yes.
All right. Once Breasia Terrell's remains were discovered, were there soil samples collected in the area of Kunal Implement?
There was.
Okay. And do you know who would have collected those soils? FBI laboratory for analysis.
It was.
Are you aware of the results of that particular analysis?
Yes.
Are the results of the analysis for soil samples at Kunal markedly different than the results of the soil samples collected from Credit Island and along Highway 30?
Objection, culture hearsay, lacks foundation. Sustained.
All right. Now, from there then, where did DL direct yourself and Detective Hammis to next?
In regards on July 10th?
Yeah.
That was the only place that we went that day, was down by Credit Island.
Okay. How about in the area of Schmidt Road where the RV was located?
As well as the area of where the RV is.
Describe why that was an area important to the child.
Because that morning.
Okay. And then was there an item of evidence that the child had described either in an interview to you or Detective Hammis that later formed the basis for a search warrant executed by Detective Patrick Sievert of the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, DL, when he spoke with Detective Hammis, talked about a long knife being wiped down. And then that's what indicated detectives to say they did see a long knife in the motorhome.
All right. So as far as the child's descriptors of going to Walmart, was that corroborated?
Yes.
The child's descriptors of there being Clorox that his father used, was that corroborated?
Yes.
The child's descriptors of having placed the battery back into the cell phone while Mr. Dinkins was in the Walmart, was that corroborated? Credit Island, was there physical evidence to corroborate that?
The footprints, yes.
Okay. And then the child's description to law enforcement about going back to that trailer and there being a large knife that was wiped down, was that corroborated?
Video footage has them there that morning, and then detectives locating a large knife on top of the microwave, yes.
Okay. What further involvement did you have with DL that day?
There was little done with DL the remainder of that day. I stayed down at Credit Island and helped search the area.
All right. Let's talk about that. What How long were law enforcement officers down in the area of Credit Island on July 10th?
Till approximately 9:30 p.m.
Okay. While you were down there, was there an item of evidence, or I should say, was there an item located out there that law enforcement thought may be associated with Briasia?
Yes, sandal / flip-flop was found down in Credit Island by one of the detectives, and so we wanted to do some follow-up with that.
What was the color of the flip-flop?
I'd have to refer to the photograph that was taken.
All right. Give me a moment. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Please let the record reflect that I'm directing counsel to the previously introduced exhibit of 3-139 and 3-140. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I still don't understand
Foster,
how
I'd like for you to look at states
they
exhibit
didn't find
3-139
her that day.
And 3-140, do you recognize that item of evidence?
Yes,
How do you recognize that item of evidence?
it was a flip-flop found down in the area of Credit Island on July.
What said
said-
you true?
I said I still can't understand how they didn't find her that day.
That's what I
If-
said the other day.
If
That's
they
what I
had
said.
that many police officers scouring the area, how did they not see her
Fine. Mm-hmm.
in the bushes there?
That's what I say. That's what I say. Yeah.
The 10th,
What was the color of that flip-flop?
pink.
Was that a descriptor that had been provided by Aisha for potential footwear the child would have been wearing when Mr. Dinkins picked her up while Miss Langford was at work?
Yes, according to Aisha, that possibly could have been the color that the flip-flop that she had with her.
Okay. With that a flip-flop being located, were steps taken to either confirm or disaffirm that this was a flip-flop that would have belonged to the child?
That is correct.
Describe.
Myself and Detective Hammis drove up to Danita Gardner's residence to make contact with Aisha Langford to show her a picture of that flip-flop to help her confirm or deny if it was, in fact, Briasia Terrell's.
How late in the evening was it?
It was approximately 9:30 p.m.
At that time, was it dark?
It was
Where did you locate Aisha?
just outside of the apartment complex of Danita Gardner's.
Okay. And describe then, well, let me ask you this. During that contact with Aisha Langford, were body-worn cameras being worn by yourself and or Detective Hammis?
That is correct.
All right. Did it capture her reaction when you showed her that flip-flop?
It does.
Okay. Has that segment of the body-worn camera been taken out and placed on a disc?
It has been.
Have you had a chance to review that?
Yes.
And does that accurately depict what occurred when yourself and Detective Hammis responded out to the complex where Danita Gardner lives and where you spoke with Aisha about that flip-flop?
That is correct.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the counsel to States Exhibit 140? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 140. Do you recognize States Exhibit 140?
Yes.
How do you recognize States Exhibit 140?
DVD with Detective Hammis's body cam footage from July 10th of myself and her showing Aisha Langford the.
I have no objection. Exhibit 140 will be admitted.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
You may.
Set the stage for what has happened here.
Myself and Detective Hammis did not so vehicle.
We can be
Make
outside.
contact with Aisha.
You know where we can also get some more printouts of, we got some flyers that we're about to go out and hang up.
Where we could get some more?
Like, trying to get my cousin, she ran out of ink.
I know Quick Start might have one of those things where you pay like a quarter or coffee or something like that, if that's something you want to look into.
So there was a flip-flop that they found down there, and we just want to make sure if it's something she would wear or not. If it was hers, okay?
No, I don't think I want
No. All right. Yeah, but I know Quick Start will do that, and then tomorrow during the day, I'm sure one of those coffee places.
Sure, is it all
and
over
even if you
Facebook?
talk to them and you show them, I'm sure they'll be even willing to do something.
For free. That's what I was saying.
That's what I would.
But we already, gonna put them out. But that's a blessing. That's a blessing.
So
Thank you.
we're going down to the station. So with
So it's
everything,
not her-
No, that's not hers.
so there's behind the scenes type stuff. Okay, we're doing search warrants. We're doing pinging the phones. Okay. Okay. But we have his mobile home down there. The FBI is down there. Everybody is working on it. Okay, it doesn't end. Okay.
I know, but it's 9:31 and I haven't heard from her. There's no way. No, did you? I know. No, that's not her shoot.
No, we just had to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, but we appreciate it.
It's
not okay. I can't go to sleep with that. Like, what the fuck? It's 9:30 and she's nowhere. Nowhere. I can't even talk to him. What the fuck, man? She's 10. What the fuck?
He was affected by watching that. Y'all see that? Yeah, he felt something when he watched that. You could tell by looking at him.
Detective Obert, based on just what the child had showed you down in the area of Credit Island and where the RV was parked, was there any video canvassing that was done down in that area?
Yes,
Describe.
there were several detectives that went out and recovered video footage from businesses and residential areas. Some of them included Jack's Break Alignment, which is near Schmidt and River Drive, as well as Perina, which is near Schmidt and Rockingham Road, Devon Self Storage, which is for in the 2000 block of West River Drive, and then Sarah Lowe's residence, which is 2358 West River Drive, was also canvassed and video footage was recovered from there.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and erase what we have on the diagram, and I'm going to have you draw the location of those various addresses so that we have some perspective of where they're located relative to the RV and Credit Island, okay? Detective Obert, would it be fair to say that we actually have some aerial maps of that area?
We do.
I think so that we can really understand the locations of everything without having to look at all of the busyness of the aerial maps. Let's just do a basic diagram and it'll be easy just to understand the relationship of locations to one another. Now, as you draw that map, go ahead and give us an illustration for River Drive, but don't say anything, just draw it. And then give us our legend for our directions if you could. And then you know what, if you need me, I can hold that board out so that you can draw that.
That's fine the way it is.
Okay.
Then you want me to start marking kind of the motorhome and then where the businesses of significance would be with the video footage?
Yes, place Sarah Lowe's residence, Jack's Break and Alignment, Devon South Storage, the Purina, and also the Hy-Vee on Rockingham. So if you can incorporate Rockingham, that would be beneficial too. Detective Obert, while you're drawing the diagram, I want you to give us a perspective as well of the location of where the RV was parked before it was seized through a search warrant relative to that red and white trailer where James Peters' canines alerted under the trailer to the odor of the volatile organic compounds. All right. Given the diagram that you've drawn, for purposes of our written record, north is located where on that diagram?
On the top,
South?
on the bottom,
If you're looking at it to your right
east,
and to your left?
west,
All right, show us where River Drive is located at. And River Drive, of course, runs what directions?
east, west,
Credit Island, where is it located relative to River Drive?
south.
All right, and then show us Credit Island. Now, if you were to drive out of Credit Island, is there, can you cross River Drive and will there be a street right there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. So let's say I'm going to leave Credit Island. Can you just simply cross River Drive and continue on a paved street?
No,
I'll do this then. Is there a bait shop?
there is.
Show us where the bait shop's located. All right. And then Sarah Lowe's residence, where is it relative to the entryway of Credit Island? If you're there getting ready to come off and you're facing toward the north.
It's going to be to the west.
All right. How many houses down from the bait shop would Sarah Lowe's residence be located?
I believe there's 3 or 4
Okay.
that separate the two.
What is the, where was her video camera fixed to?
The corner of the house.
And then give us the perspective of that camera as far as capturing any activity going on or off the island. Okay. For our written record, what have you indicated?
The general camera direction of what it would capture.
Tell us what that means for our written record. If somebody were to read the written record, they don't know what that is.
The camera faces to the southeast.
Okay.
It covers River Drive and then portion of the entrance of Credit Island.
All right. Now let's go east on River Drive. If you're traveling east on River Drive, what would you say the distance is from the entryway to Credit Island to Schmidt Road?
Like we discussed on Friday, it's approximately 400 meters.
Sure. All right. Schmidt Road then, if you turn on Schmidt Road, what direction would you be heading?
North.
Okay. Schmidt Road runs what directions, very simply?
North-south.
And then all of the businesses that we're going to be talking about, does it lie on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
They're all on the east side.
All right. At the corner of River and Schmidt, what's our first business?
Jack's Brake Alignment.
Where were the cameras or a camera affixed that would capture activity we're going to be discussing?
There's several on them, but the ones that we will be discussing cover Schmidt Road.
Okay. All right. And then just show us so that we've got a perspective. All right. Now, if you've turned onto Schmidt Road heading north, what is the next location of relevance to our discussion?
743 Schmidt Road, which is the lot where the defendant's motorhome was parked.
Describe this lot. What's it used for?
Looks like storage for other vehicles. I know on the day of July 10th, not too far from the defendant's motorhome was like, and then there was the trailer that you mentioned where the cadaver dog alerted.
All right. On this diagram, have you shown us a general location where Mr. Dinkins' RV was parked?
Yes,
Where is that on the diagram?
it's labeled with the triangle and it's almost in the center of that lot.
Where was that red and white trailer where the cadaver dogs alerted when deployed by Jim Peters?
It was to the northeast of that trailer. I would approximate it to maybe 25.
Then blowing in a southwest direction, would that have placed that vehicle in a location, I guess, further from that? If you're blowing the southwest direction, would the winds be blowing toward the area of that mobile home?
For the most part, yeah.
All right. Now, where is Devon Self-Storage located?
It's going to be to the east, and then it's going to be off of River Drive.
All right. Is there a difference in the video surveillance cameras at Devon Self-Storage versus all the other locations we're going to be talking about?
Yes, what's recorded is captured by motion. It's not a continuous feed.
All right. So because of that, then, does it capture specific points in time that you have to then take and then interpret based on the other cameras that are a constant feed? Was there specific activity that was captured on Devon Self-Storage?
Yes.
All right. And then do you take the times of that captured activity, that captured movement, and then evaluate that based on what you see relative to the other cameras where it's a constant motion, constantly recording?
Yes, I'm drawing connections between activity that is captured on the lot and then comparing that to what's seen on Jack's Brake Alignment or Purina.
Okay. Where's Purina on this diagram?
It's going to be to the north of the lot. It's going to be the top portion of the drawing, and it's going to be near Rockingham and Schmidt Road.
All right. Is it right there at the corner of Rockingham and Schmidt?
It is.
Where are the cameras located that were picking up activity?
One of them's on Schmidt Road, and then there's also another camera angle that captures Rockingham Road.
All right. And then where does Hy-Vee come into play?
In regards to this investigation, we have that vehicle at 8:14 a.m. heading north on Concord and then east on Rockingham.
All right. The Hy-Vee parking lot, what street does it face? The front of the store?
It faces Rockingham.
Is there a parking lot over to the west side of it?
There is.
Where does Concord run relative to the Hy-Vee?
To the west of it, and it's north-south.
All right. And then you have given us a time frame of 8:14 a.m. in the morning. What is the first point of contact between Mr. Dinkins and Aisha Langford?
Approximately 8:08, 8:09 a.m.
then do we have the telephone conversations that play out after 8:08 and up to the time when she calls the Davenport Police Department at 8:29 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and take your seat. Detective Obert, with each of these locations, were the dates and time counters checked to see if they were accurate?
Yes.
What was determined?
Some of them were accurate and others were not.
Did you create a diagram setting forth all of the locations that we're going to be or that we've talked about and identifying whether they were accurate or inaccurate and how much?
If you're referring to a spreadsheet that I put together, yes.
Okay, all right. And then did you then put corrected times on that spreadsheet as well for activity that we'll see?
I'd have to look at what you're referencing to
Sure.
because there's several different made by different detectives, so
Okay,
I can't say for
absolutely.
certain without seeing what you were referring to.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154. Can I approach?
You may.
All right, Detective Obert, looking at State's Exhibit 154, is there a column that's been removed that would put forth the names, addresses, and telephone numbers for the individuals associated with each of these addresses?
Yes,
Okay. Outside of that, do you recognize what's depicted on State's Exhibit 154?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 154?
It's a list of the businesses that were of relevance in the investigation, along with the times on those video footage cameras that the vehicle is seen or something of evidentiary value, then also the evidence item number that the video footage was submitted into as well as a timestamp differential column where it's noting if it's slow ahead of time or accurate on the
All right.
timestamp.
How many columns do we have setting forth information? To our left, what information do we have?
The location and then time frame and then evidence and timestamps of 4 columns.
Okay, all right. Do you have accurate times documented for
Yes.
activity that was observed? All right, and then is there a column that identifies what would be the inaccuracies as far as those video surveillance cameras being off?
So the time I put in this spreadsheet is the real time, not necessarily the time that you'll see on the timestamp of the video footage.
Okay.
And then the timestamp column shows if it's fast or accurate or slow.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And then have you made adjustments then so that we have the accurate times on exhibits that we're going to be looking at?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to introduce State's Exhibit 154.
Exhibit 154 will be admitted.
Detective Obert, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 39 and 40. And I want you, let me show you State Counsel real quick. Do you recognize State's Exhibits 39 and 40?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 39?
It is nighttime activity around the defendant's motorhome and of the businesses that I drew up there earlier.
And was there activity that you captured that you would associate with that room, Chevy and Howard?
Yes.
Going to State's Exhibit 40. What is State's Exhibit 40?
It is activity around that same location, but in the morning hours. So from 8:14 a.m. to approximately 8:27 a.m.
And does this involve activity associated with that room, Chevy and Howard, and even Mr. Deakins or DL?
That's correct.
Okay. All of the information that you have documented, does this include aerial views of this location?
Yes.
And then have you captured segments from the video feeds for each of these locations and overlaid these on the map so that we know what activity occurred at specific times?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to introduce State's Exhibit 39 and 40.
Since we're in a bench trial, no objection. Exhibits 39 and 40 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may the state publish State's Exhibit 39 at this point?
You may.
All right, Detective Obert, I'm going to have you come down off the stand, use the pointer, and adjust your microphone. Okay. Let's go back to Mr. Dinkins' interview. With the information provided to you by Mr. Dinkins in his interview, and then the times provided by Andrea Culberson about when she woke up and when Mr. Dinkins returned to the apartment and she saw Briasia standing outside the car, did those 3 components provide, I guess, the basis for times that you would have looked at video surveillance down there along this area of town?
When the light duty officers were reviewing video footage, they were reviewing all hours. So it'd been the whole night, but these ones where there's activity is what we noted and took from that.
Okay, so you're looking at anything from the morning of July 10th, starting after midnight and going on?
That is correct.
Okay, and as of midnight, would we have had Mr. Dinkins, Briasia, DL, and Andrea there at the apartment still?
According to their statements, yes.
All right, walk us through then what it is that you noted through activity down in that area.
The first recorded activity footage we have is at 2:13 a.m. We have a dark colored sedan traveling north on Schmidt Road. Then the next recorded activity is at 2:29 a.m. You can faintly see headlights leaving the lot of where the defendant's motorhome is. What I'm pointing at now is where the defendant's motorhome is. And what I'm pointing at now is the headlights are kind of the movement that potentially causes the Devon self-storage to start recording motion.
Okay, let's go back to that first box, the 2:13 a.m. What video surveillance equipment is in what direction?
Northbound on Schmidt.
Okay, so if it's traveling northbound on Schmidt, would it be going past Jack's and then heading toward that lot where the RV was parked?
That is correct.
All right, and then is there the associated activity within the parking lot of 743 Schmidt Road where the RV is parked?
That is correct.
All right, because of the lighting at night, are we able to discern anything about the vehicle?
No.
Okay, can we tell whether or not it's a sedan or a pickup or a larger vehicle?
From the Jack's brake and alignment, we can determine that it's a sedan. We do not have much information from the Devon self-storage angle.
All right, now the other thing that I'd like to talk about, movement at 2:13 a.m. where the vehicle's traveling past Jack's, but then we have it motion activated at Devon self-storage at 2:29 a.m. Is that vehicle coming in or leaving the lot at that time?
The 2:29, it appears the vehicle is leaving the lot.
All right, so then what is the time a frame that we're talking about between 2:13 a.m. and 2:29 a.m. when that vehicle is leaving the lot?
16 minutes.
16 minutes. What do we note further after 2:29 a.m.? What's the next thing that we're seeing?
At 2:30 a.m., sedan, given what we see at 2:13 a.m., looks almost identical to this 2:30 a.m. vehicle, and it is southbound past Jack's brake and alignment. And then the next activities at 2:31 a.m., again, looks almost identical to the vehicle that was there at 2:13 a.m. One reason on my belief is you can tell one of the headlights is brighter than the other.
Gotcha.
And that's what leads me to believe it's the same vehicle. And then it's back northbound at 2:31 a.m. on Schmidt Road.
Okay, so going out at 2:30 a.m. south and then coming back north again on Schmidt Road?
10-4, that's correct.
That's correct. That's all right. It's like the farm boys coming out, right? No, I don't know. All right, then at, what's our next time element?
The next activity we have is at 2:49 a.m. Devon self-storage. You can get a little better glimpse of a vehicle leaving the 743 Schmidt lot road.
Okay.
Lot.
All right, can we draw the same correlation as we did earlier between 2:31 a.m. and 2:49 a.m.? What is our time elapse?
18 minutes.
In the 2:49 a.m. with Devon self-storage, is that vehicle entering or leaving the lot?
That vehicle is also leaving the lot.
Okay, so is the activity consistent with what we described earlier when we saw that movement at 2:13 a.m. from Jack's brake alignment, and then we see a vehicle leaving Devon's, or the area where the RV is parked at 2:29 a.m.?
Yes, it's almost identical type of activity.
All right, what's our next activity that we observe?
Sedan traveling south past Jack's brake alignment at 2:50 a.m.
Okay, so if it's traveling south, then is it heading toward River Drive?
It is.
All right, at 2:50 a.m. then following 2:50 a.m., do we see any activity on River Drive in the area of Credit Island?
We do.
Describe.
At 2:51 a.m., we have a vehicle entering the Credit Island, and this is viewed from Sarah Lowe's residence at 2358.
All right, and then let's talk about this photograph, okay? What do we see up in the upper left-hand corner of that still image?
That's a street light.
A street light?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Then let's go to the next activity.
It's 2:53 a.m. Sedans leaving the area of Credit Island northbound towards River Drive.
All right. If you were to drive around Credit Island, does that time element seem consistent?
If you were to drive around the entire loop of Credit Island, it would take you more than 2 minutes to do so.
Okay,
I mean, again, it could depend on speed, but going the appropriate speed, it'd take you a few minutes.
all right. Your Honor, the state, I moved to introduce State's Exhibit 40 handout. May I publish it this time?
You may.
All right, looking at State's Exhibit 240, what is the time element that we're going to see activity here?
From 8:14 a.m. to 8:27 a.m. on July 10th, 2020.
All right, what's our first documented activity that's being shown through still images taken from various video surveillance cameras?
8:14 a.m. The maroon Impala is seen north on Concord and then east on Rockingham Road, and this is captured from the Hy-Vee at 3019 Rockingham.
What direction is the vehicle traveling?
Eastbound on Rockingham.
Would that place it on a path of travel toward the area of the Purina plant and Schmidt Road?
It would.
Let's go back and let's talk about I-280. If the vehicle had traveled south on I-280, could it go along River Drive during this period of time?
There was some construction that wouldn't cause to be able to fully be able to go on a River Drive without some sort of detour.
Okay. Was Concord a street that could be utilized to get around that construction around to the area of Credit Island and the RV?
It's possible.
Okay. All right. Now, 8:14 a.m., the vehicle's traveling east past Hy-Vee. What's our next documented activity?
8:15 a.m. The Maroon Impala is southbound on Schmidt Road, past the Purina.
Okay. What is our next documented activity?
Approximately 8:16 a.m., we have the Maroon Impala driving south past Jack's braking alignment.
All right. And so would that place it going toward River Drive?
That is correct.
What's our next activity?
There are not stills with it, but we have a noted 8:18 a.m. of a sedan that dark in color that could be consistent with the vehicle that we see here at 8:16 a.m.
And where is that picked up at?
Off of Sarah Lowe's camera, and the vehicle would be entering Credit Island.
What time did the vehicle enter Credit Island?
8:18.
And then what time did Sarah Lowe's camera pick up vehicle associated with that same vehicle?
8:22 a.m. The vehicle appears the same one from 8:18 a.m. is exiting Credit Island and going down to River Drive.
How long would the vehicle have been on Credit Island then?
Well, approximately 4 minutes.
All right. From there then, where does the maroon Chevy Impala travel to?
The next confirmed sighting of the Chevy Impala is 8:22 a.m. Jack's braking alignment going northbound.
Okay, so it's turned onto Schmidt Road at this point?
Yes.
And then from there, where's the vehicle picked up at?
In the lot of where the motorhome is at 8:23 and 8:24 a.m. As you can see in this still photo, there's the defendant, DL, and then the maroon Chevy Impala right next to the motorhome.
Okay. In that photo, can you see if the trunk's open or not?
The trunk's open.
All right. And then from there?
The next movement we have recorded is that maroon Impala going northbound past Purina on Schmidt Road at 8:26 a.m.
All right. And then from there?
The maroon Impala is now going east on Rockingham Road from the Purina camera at 8:27 a.m.
All right. With it traveling east on Rockingham, Aisha Langford indicated that she then subsequently observed Mr. Dinkins in that maroon Impala traveling up on Locust, heading east at a high rate of speed, where she would have done a U-turn and started to follow him and then had contact with him at the McDonald's. Given its direction of travel, is that a direction of travel that you could take to access Locust?
Yes, it's possible.
All right. Now, I want to go down into that lower corner of this exhibit. Can you explain what is depicted there so we've got a perspective?
What I'm pointing at is the FBI CAS data, cell phone records that FBI agent Rich Fenner would have testified to. And this one in particular is southwest end activity of the defendant's phone number from 8:07 a.m. to 8:19 a.m.
Okay. And that is consistent then with what we're seeing from the video surveillance cameras?
It mirrors what we have from the video.
All right. Let's go back to State's Exhibit 39. Did you have information about whether or not the defendant would have had his phone with him when Andrea woke up at 3:30 or 3 in the morning?
The defendant would have not have had his phone with him.
So then therefore, do we have any of that information to impart on State's Exhibit 39?
No.
Excuse me?
Would this be correct for the court?
I would be fine with that.
Okay.
We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes.
I'm gonna fast forward through the adjournment. Did you got anything to say while we wait? They basically doing the same thing, y'all. They just placing his tracking his motions or whatever. All right, so let's see.
I didn't hear one objection.
No, you didn't. What is he gonna object to, the truth?
Because they didn't establish that was his car.
Well, how do you do that?
The police officer even said, well, you can't really tell, but we're establishing it's the same car because the light was brighter than the other. He could have easily, Your Honor, it isn't established that that's my client's car.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. They know it's him, though. I'm just saying. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Look at him, y'all. Look at him. Oh, he's a monster. How old is he? Let me see. Hold on, because I can't remember off the top of my head. Let's see.
may proceed, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would ask to go back to State's Exhibit 23, the thumb drive, and then play the video segments for the locations down on the area of River Drive, Inchmint Road.
You may.
Thank you. All right. The first video feed will be from Jack's brake and alignment. Is this the activity that you described of the vehicle traveling north?
That's correct.
And what was our time frame there?
2:13. On this timestamp, it's 3:13. It is an hour ahead of real time.
Okay. As we look at that vehicle, and I'm going to go back and play that again, just looking at the shape of the vehicle, the placement of the lights, and what we had seen in other video surveillance, does there appear to be a consistency in just the shape?
That's a sedan and
Okay.
appears dark in color.
All right. And then was the vehicle then traveling toward 743 Schmidt Road where the RV was parked?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Our second video feed. All right. What would be the actual time here?
2:30 a.m.
And what direction is the vehicle going to travel?
South.
Now, is this the gap in time that we noted when we were referencing the surveillance camera at Devon's self-storage?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to jump out of this and let's go to Devon's self-storage so that we can.
Up in the top left is where you see those headlights leaving the area of the lot.
Okay. If you could stand up, take your pointer, and show us where the RV is at. All right. And then show us the area where we are going to see headlights leaving the lot. Okay. I'm going to bring that down and bring it back up again so that we can watch that again. What was the time of this?
2:29 a.m.
All right.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Does this fit?
He's saying 2:29. That's why I question that his girlfriend even saw her outside the car. Because he's at the RV. Did he come back and get her at 3? Or does he have her in the car at 2:30?
I think he, okay, this is what I think, right? Only my opinion, right? I think he took her, right? He took her, and maybe he did something to her, and then when he was coming back at 3 or 3:30, he was coming back to get the GUN to do what he did to her. Because you got to remember the truth. When the girlfriend woke up at 3 or 3:30, however, they had already been up, and he was coming back to the apartment with her.
The timeline is weird because
It is weird. I agree. Yeah.
They're only placing him in the RV for a couple of minutes at a time, early in the morning. Now, he says that is an 18-minute disappearance, meaning he leaves the RV, heads over to Credit Island, and there's an 18-minute difference before he comes back. Now, could it have been that it was 2 o'clock in the morning that the girlfriend saw her standing by the car? And that he did come back to the apartment at 3 to get something out of the closet? And she's mixing up the two times because she's not going to that RV. And when she comes back, he's did something to her, and she's going to be standing by that car waiting for him. You see what I'm saying? That is, to me, that's weird. I believe the girlfriend has the times mixed up. That when he saw her standing by the car, it was at 2 a.m. when he came back, she didn't even look out that window. Because everything after 3 o'clock, he's only in and out of those things for 2-3 minutes at a time. But there's an 18-minute disappearance in there too. That he's on Credit Island. All the other times is 3-4 minutes, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. The only big chunk of time that they've even spoke about was that 18 minutes. Well, yeah, she could have not said anything. Said I saw him leave at 3 o'clock, but I didn't see the baby or anything. But maybe she got the times mixed up because again, they're putting him over at Credit Island at 2 o'clock in the morning. Unless he's promising to take her home. I know. I'm sorry. I'll take you home. I got to go get something before I take you home. Was he at 2 o'clock? He couldn't have her deceased body because the girlfriend says she saw the girl at 3-something. See what I'm saying? That the time stamps or them, the times they're saying is what is weird to me about all of this, and the fact that he still had control of her. You understand what I'm saying?
That goes back to people saying they don't think she saw her standing outside the car. I don't know.
I don't. Yeah, to me, I don't think she saw her outside the car at 3 o'clock. Maybe she saw her outside at 2-something, and she mistook both of them as when she looked because she said she was asleep. She was, she got woken up.
Mm-hmm. The girlfriend could have easily said that she didn't see the baby outside the car. Yeah. I don't know.
I'm just saying the times are weird to me on this because it's opening up more questions than it's answering.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see.
Within the first time element of 2:13 a.m. at Jack's break in alignment, when it's going north, and then when we see that vehicle coming back south.
Can you ask the question again?
Yes. So going back to our 2 Jacks break in alignment, the first video shows it going north at what time?
2:13.
The second video shows it coming south at what time?
2:30.
And then what's the time element of this?
2:29, so it'd be within that window.
We're going to go back to Jack's break in alignment. What do we see happening here?
The sedan north on Schmidt Road.
At what time?
2:30, 2:31 a.m.
Oh, shoot. And what do we have happening here?
The sedan traveling south on Schmidt Road towards River Drive at 2:50 a.m.
What is the time elapsed between 2:31 and 2:50?
19 minutes.
Okay. Now, is there that similar activity that we observed earlier from Devon Self-Storage?
That is correct.
Okay. And what do we have here?
Seeing a vehicle leave the lot.
Go back, and we're going to start that all over again. And then as we're looking at this, can we get a sense, just with this still photo, what kind of vehicle it is?
Dark sedan.
Okay. Is it coming from the area of the RV?
Yes.
And as far as just the shape and what we see for headlights and tail lights, is that consistent with that vehicle that we've seen traveling on Schmidt Road past Jack's break in alignment?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go back to Jack's break in alignment for activity that morning. What do we have happening here?
The Impala is driving south on Schmidt Road,
At what time?
8:16 a.m.
In the daylight, we can see basically the lines associated with the structure of that vehicle. As you look at the lines of this vehicle during daylight, does it appear consistent with the lines of that sedan that we are seeing in the night?
What lines are you referring to?
Just stop and look at, like if you look at the lines of the vehicle and how it's structured. Okay.
The outline of it, yes.
Yeah, the outline of it. All right. And I'll play that again, just so that we can look at that. Does it appear consistent with the outline of what we're seeing in the vehicle in the dark?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go to our next one. What are we seeing here?
Maroon Impala going north on Schmidt Road towards the 743 Schmidt lot
At what time?
at 8:22 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to play that one more time, and I'm going to ask you if you're able to see anything in the vehicle with a dark tint.
You cannot see into the side windows of the vehicle because of the tint.
All right. Now let's go ahead and let's jump back to Devon self-storage so that we can draw the correlation between this activity.
So
And what do we have here?
the Maroon Impala parked next to the motorhome. Shortly, you'll see DL and the defendant exit out of the motorhome.
And is the trunk open on that vehicle?
It is.
See, since I'm not sure what time he went to the grocery store. I mean, to the gas station. Do you remember that? I don't remember.
I believe it was 3 something when he stopped for gas and to buy those cigarettes. I believe it was 3 something. Maybe Fawn could tell us, but I believe he stopped at that gas station. It was 3 something in the morning.
Okay.
And he had a tank top on.
I want to say it was after he went back and got the, what, in the closet.
Yeah, 3 something.
And he gassed up to head out to the dumpster. What I call the dumpster, where he dumped her body and did what he did to her.
Right.
Does the child go around the front or the back of the vehicle?
That goes around it.
All right. And so then the child would have walked around the back of the vehicle with that trunk open?
Yes.
Would that be fair to say?
That would be.
As far as the photographs that were taken by crime scene or civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster, had she taken a photograph of the trunk with the lid open just so that we could see what was immediately apparent?
That is correct.
All right. Was there an axe that was immediately apparent?
There was.
All right. Did this particular footage fall between what we saw as far as the path of travel of the vehicle going north and then coming back south?
Yes.
We'll go to the high V. Okay. What are we seeing here?
You're going to see the Maroon Impala traveling north on Concord, approaching Rockingham Road.
Okay.
And the vehicle's traveling east on Rockingham.
What was our time?
8:14 a.m.
And so all of this activity occurs before what we've seen in Jack Breaking Alignment and Devon self-storage. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Then in this video clip?
It's going to be you only can see a top left portion, but the Maroon Impala traveling east on Rockingham.
Is this just after the vehicle has turned from Concord traveling east on Rockingham?
That is correct.
All right. Then we're going to go to Purina. Okay, gotcha. All right.
If you try maybe VLC.
Yeah, I don't have a mouse, and so trying to get the darn thing to do what it needs to do. Let me see if I can get it. Hold on. There we go. After the vehicle travels east past High V, is this where we're going to pick it up next?
Yeah, south on Schmidt Road, past Perino, and there's the vehicle.
Okay. What was the time of this?
Approximately 8:15 a.m. The timestamp on that one, as you can see, is approximately 9.5 to 10 minutes fast.
Okay. What activity are we going to see here?
In the Impala north on Schmidt Road towards Rockingham at approximately 8:26 a.m.
And then from here, what are we seeing?
Be the maroon Impala traveling east on Rockingham from Karina. Video footage at approximately 8:27 a.m.
Would this place it heading directionally toward an area where you can access Locust Street?
Yes.
All right. Now let's go down to Sarah Lowe and her residence. In our first video,
2:51 a.m. Showing a vehicle entering Credit Island.
okay. As we see this vehicle entering Credit Island, is that essentially the drive there onto the island itself?
Yes.
Okay. Now we see a street here at the top of the video. What street is that?
That is West River Drive.
Okay. And you indicated, what did you say the difference was in the timestamp here?
I'd have to refer to that chart, but I believe it's around 4.5 minutes.
Sure. Our next one, what time do we have it coming on?
This would be it leaving. So it's 2:53 is actual time, but on the timestamp it's 2:48. So that'd be 5 minutes.
Okay, all right. If we take the activity from these two video clips and then we relate it to activity that we've seen from Jack's break in alignment and then at Devon's self-storage, where would this fall into play? And I'll do a little bit better job at that. So first round, we have it going south or north on Schmidt Road. We've got the activity at Devon's, and then we have it traveling back south. What was the period of time that we attribute the vehicle as being at 740 Schmidt Road?
Approximately 2:13 a.m. to 2:29 a.m.
All right. Now, if we go to that same activity where we see it going on Schmidt Road, it's motion activated over at Devon Self-Storage, and we see that vehicle leaving and traveling again on Schmidt Road. What is that time frame there?
2:49 a.m. is when it's leaving the lot.
Okay. And then so this activity here, would that then correlate with the vehicle traveling down Ford River Drive and going on to Credit Island?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Now let's go to the morning. What are we showing here?
Now it looks like a dark colored vehicle entering Credit Island.
What time?
Approximately 8:18 a.m.
And then our next one?
It's going to be what we believe to be the same vehicle that entered is now exiting Credit Island at approximately 8:22 a.m.
And again, are the counters right on this video feed?
No, it's 5 minutes off.
All right. Is this the 4-minute segment of time that it becomes very interesting given statements by the child about what happened down there on Credit Island?
Yes.
All right. Let's go back to the defendant's statement in the interview. What did the defendant describe his activities being during the middle of the night of July 10th?
The defendant described going to 509 Taylor Street and not making any contact with anyone, and then also going over to the quick shop.
Okay. And then from there, how many times did he describe going back and forth to the apartment complex on Jersey Meadows?
It would have been those 2 times, and then the time to come pick up DL.
All right. During the interview, do you recall a point in time where the defendant mentioned that he may have gone out to his RV to get a couple of dollars worth of gas? Get a couple dollars for gas?
That is correct.
All right. And would he give you any time element associated with that activity that he's describing having done that?
He wasn't sure if it was before or after meeting with Aisha.
Okay. All right. At any rate, when we go through and we look at all of this video surveillance feed, do we ever just see a moment of time where it's motion activated there at Devon Self-Storage and we don't see his vehicle anywhere else in that area? Did that make sense? It didn't make sense. That's okay. That's all right. Did you put together a timeline so that we could just go through and look at all of the events sequentially during the early morning hours of July 10th and going up to the period of time when Aisha Langford would have been advised her daughter was missing?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I've shown counsel to mark the stage at 44 to 49. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you States Exhibits 44 through 49. Are you familiar with each of these exhibits?
I am. That was a timeline that I put together.
Does this set forth all of the relevant timeframes associated with events that occurred after the midnight hour of July 10th and up to the point in time that the child then has been reported missing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49.
I offer no objection. All of those exhibits will be admitted.
May we publish, Your Honor?
One moment, please. If I could see counsel at the bench, please.
They're talking to the judge, y'all. It's always muted when they talk to the judge.
Your Honor, can I correct something for the record?
You may.
We've actually, we went through, we corrected our numbers, so it's going to be 44-1 through 44-6, and then I'll put the appropriate exhibit markers on that after we finish this testimony.
And again, I assume no objection, right, Mr. Freese? Right. The exhibit will be corrected to be admitted at exhibit number 44-1 through 6.
Okay, all right. May we publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. All right, so going through this then, on State's Exhibit 44-1. Walk us through our timeline.
Sometime before 12 a.m., Andrea falls asleep and last sees the defendant on the couch at the apartment at 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment 8. Berasia is asleep in the bedroom while DL is playing video games.
Next.
At 2:13 a.m., we have a dark colored sedan northbound on Schmidt Road past Jack's Break and Alignment at 2160 West River Drive.
Next.
2:29 a.m., headlights leaving the lot of 743 Schmidt Road where the defendant's motorhome is parked. This is captured from Devon self-storage camera at 2070 West River Drive.
Our next entry.
2:30 to 2:31 a.m., the dark colored sedan southbound on Schmidt Road and then returns northbound on Schmidt Road from Jack's Break camera.
Our next entry.
2:49 a.m., dark colored sedan leaving the lot of 743 Schmidt Road.
Our next entry.
2:50 a.m., dark colored sedan south on Schmidt Road towards River Drive, captured from Jack's Break camera.
Our next entry.
2:51 a.m. to 2:53 a.m., vehicle seen entering Credit Island and leaving Credit Island from the Sarah Lowe's camera.
State's Exhibit 44-2. Our first entry.
At approximately 3 a.m., Andrea Culberson wakes up and notices the defendant and Berasia Terrell are missing from the apartment.
Our next entry.
3:11 a.m. and 3:12 a.m., Andrea tries to call the defendant and notices his phone was left in the apartment.
Where does this information come from?
Andrea Culberson's phone records.
Okay. Our next entry.
Approximately 3:30 a.m., Andrea advised the defendant walks into the apartment, retrieves an unknown item from the bedroom closet, and leaves. Andrea looks out the window and sees Berasia standing outside of the Impala prior to the defendant leaving.
Our next entry.
3:33 a.m. to 3:38 a.m., the defendant arrives at Quick Shop in the Maroon Impala, 201 West 53rd Street, and repurchases $35 of gasoline, 2 packs of cigarettes, and a lighter using cash. The defendant is seen leaving in the Impala, traveling eastbound on West 53rd Street.
Our next entry.
Approximately 4:30 a.m.,
And then, you know what, this is a gap that needs to be filled later on. Just to jump ahead, were you involved in the investigation of Berasia Terrell when her remains were recovered?
yes.
All right. Upon the discovery of her remains, were there news stories that started to come out?
Yes.
Okay. By virtue of those news stories that came out, was there a citizen witness who lived out in the area of Clinton that contacted law enforcement relative to events that were of interest surrounding the time that Berasia would have come up missing?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll skip over that. That gap will be filled later on. What's our next entry?
And I use approximately loosely for this because we don't have confirmation on this next time. Just knowing it's happened before 5:55 a.m. is that the defendant returns to Andrea's apartment to pick up DL.
Okay. What's our next entry?
5:55 a.m., Andrea calls the defendant, which lasts for 39 seconds. The defendant's cell phone plots to leaving the area of the apartment complex.
And where does this information come from?
Phone records.
All right. State's Exhibit 44-3.
At 5:55 a.m., Maroon Impala seen going westbound on East 53rd Street, past the Quick Start at 2050 East 53rd Street.
Our next entry?
5:57 a.m., Maroon Impala northbound in the 6100 block of Eastern Avenue. 5:59 a.m., Maroon Impala southbound in 5900 block of Jersey Ridge Road from the 5915 Woodland Ave camera.
Our next entry?
6:01 a.m., the defendant calls Andrea, which lasts 9 seconds. The call places the defendant back at the apartment.
Okay. Now, Andrea had testified that she had contacted Mr. Dinkins to indicate that there was another bag of clothing for the children that he did not take with him when he left with DL. And then when he returned, she indicated that she had actually gone down to the car to turn those clothes over to him, that second bag of clothes over to the defendant. Does that correlate with that entry?
It would.
Okay. What's our next entry?
6:05 a.m. The Maroon Impala traveling northbound in 5900 block of Jersey Ridge Road, again from the Woodland Ave camera. This video footage corroborates with the defendant's cell phone records.
Our next entry?
6:11 a.m. Maroon Impala, confirmed to be the defendant. The one the defendant was operating is traveling northbound on Highway 61 from the mile marker 124 camera.
Our next entry?
6:43 a.m. Maroon Impala traveling east towards Clinton on Highway 30 from Posh Farms, which is 6441 Lincoln Way camera.
State Exhibit 44-4.
At 6:49 a.m., Maroon Impala arrives into the Walmart parking lot. Henry and the defendant walks up to the doors. The business is not open until 7 a.m. The defendant gets back into the Impala.
Our next entry?
6:54 a.m., Maroon Impala exits the lot. Camera view shows a front seat passenger, believed to be DL.
Next entry?
6:57 a.m., the Maroon Impala re-enters the Walmart parking lot.
The next entry?
6:58 a.m. to 7:10 a.m. The defendant enters Walmart, purchases 2 Clorox 81-ounce bottles of bleach. The defendant places the bleach into the trunk of the Impala and leaves Walmart. The defendant's cell phone pings off a tower in Clinton at 7:02 a.m. and 7:03 a.m.
The next entry?
7:10 a.m., the Maroon Impala traveling westbound in 2600 block of Lincoln Way/Highway 30. This is from the First Central State Bank camera.
The next entry?
7:15 a.m., Maroon Impala traveling westbound on Lincoln Way/Highway 30 from the Posh Farms camera.
Our next entry?
7:26 a.m., Maroon Impala traveling westbound on Highway 30, and this is from the DeWitt Travel Center camera at 630 South 6th Ave, DeWitt.
44-5. What was our first entry?
7:52 a.m., Maroon Impala traveling southbound on Highway 61 from mile marker 124 camera.
Next entry?
8:14 a.m., the Maroon Impala is traveling northbound on Concord Street and then eastbound on Rockingham Road from the Hy-Vee 3019 Rockingham Road camera.
The next entry?
8:15 a.m., Maroon Impala traveling southbound in the 700 block of Schmidt Road from the Purina cameras.
The next entry?
8:16 a.m., Maroon Impala travels southbound on Schmidt Road towards River Drive, captured from Jack's brake in alignment.
The next entry?
8:18 a.m. to 8:22 a.m., dark color sedan enters and exits Credit Island. Cell data records puts the defendant's cell phone in that area.
Next entry?
8:22 a.m., Maroon Impala traveling northbound on Schmidt Road from the Jack's brake camera.
Next entry?
8:24 a.m., Maroon Chevrolet, the defendant and DL standing near the motorhome from the Devon Stealth storage camera.
And finally, State's Exhibit 44-6.
8:26 a.m. to 8:27 a.m., the Maroon Impala is traveling northbound on Schmidt Road and then east on Rockingham Road from the Purina cameras.
From there?
Approximately 8:42 a.m., the defendant meets with Aisha at McDonald's at 1733 East Kimberly Road, and she to give her DL.
Our next entry?
8:55 a.m. to 9:18 a.m., Officer Burkle arrives at the apartment complex, meets with the defendant, DL, and Aisha. Officer Burkle checks the immediate area and returns to find the defendant has left.
Our next entry?
9:33 a.m., the Maroon Impala is traveling eastbound on West 53rd Street from the fire station number 8 camera.
Okay. Now, was there video surveillance footage that was collected from that area?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review it?
As in the fire station one?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And is that where this activity was documented from?
Yes.
All right. And from there?
11:46 a.m., the Maroon Impala is traveling southbound in the 3700 block of Bridge Ave, captured from Puryear Law Firm at 3719 Bridge Ave.
Was there video surveillance footage that was collected from the Puryear Law Office?
Yes.
And did you review that?
Yes,
Does that footage document the activity that's described here?
it does.
And then what's the relevance of the location of Henry Dinkins' vehicle during this period of time?
That is very close to Nina McQuay and Helen Mosley's apartment complex. Cell phone records also corroborate this location.
Okay. And then finally?
12 p.m., the defendant arrives at the police station.
All right. Detective Obert, let's go back and let's talk about that time element that you were noticing. When you had driven between mile marker 122 and the location of Posh Farms, driving the normal speed limit, how much time should that have taken?
Mile marker 124 to Posh Farms was 22 minutes and 30 seconds driving the speed limit.
All right. And then when you looked at the video surveillance footage from mile marker 124 with that Impala going out northbound to the point in time that it reached Posh Farms, what was the time frame associated with that?
32 minutes.
And then when you looked at it from Posh Farms with the vehicle traveling back west and then hitting mile marker 124 when it was going back south, what was the time frame there?
37 minutes.
All right. Given that there is a 10-minute and then again a 15-minute time discrepancy, when you had noted that, were you looking at areas just to the north of Highway 30 to try and identify locations where Breasia may be located?
Given those unaccounted for times, looking at a map, there was exits off those two roads that people could take. So from that, I'm trying to deduce how far someone could drive out to a location and back to make up for that unaccounted for time.
Okay, let me take you back to State's Exhibit 38. When you were looking at that variable, was it something that you were focused on in July of 2020?
July and August and the months after as well.
All right. Describe then how that directed your course of action.
There was searches that were conducted, one in particular on August 20th of 2020.
Tell us about that search and where it occurred at.
That was at Wendling Quarries. And can I approach to kind of point the general area of that?
Absolutely, if you would. So show us where Highway 30 is located, the juncture of Highway 30 and 61. All right, where is Wendland's quarry located relative to Highway 61 and the exit ramp onto Highway 30? North, okay. Turn the microphone so we can hear you. Is it further north on Highway 61?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Wendling Quarries is in that general area.
Is it on the east side or the west side of Highway 61?
West side.
All right. Describe what search was conducted or the nature of the search that was conducted of that quarry back in August of 2020.
That was along the road that it shares with. It was about a mile stretch. Detectives were on both sides of that. It was heavily wooded in that area. Detectives walked down about a mile stretch and looked for anything of evidentiary value.
And was there anything of evidentiary value found?
No.
And then when her remains were discovered on March 22nd of 2021, what would have been the additional distance from that location that you had checked to where her remains were found?
The distance between the two are a couple miles.
All right, go ahead and take your seat. Detective Obert, were you aware of Sergeant Pfeiffer and Detective Hammis ever having driven DL out to the area of Highway 61 and Highway 30?
Yes.
Okay. Relative to that drive, were you given any information about the child and directions that he wanted them to proceed? And if you don't know, that's fine. We can talk with Sergeant Pfeiffer and Detective Hammis about that.
One thing that was mentioned from them to me after the drive was done, notably from Detective Hammis told me this, is that when they were north on 61 and took the exit to go on Highway 30, DL told them no, to keep going, as in to keep going north.
All right. Now let's talk about March 22nd of 2021. Were you notified that 3 fishermen had recovered skeletal remains?
That's correct.
Okay, set the stage for that and explain.
The time was at approximately 6:30 p.m. I received a phone call from Sergeant Pfeiffer advising that remains were found in Clinton County near DeWitt, and that he was responding to go look at the remains in the belief that it could possibly be Breasia Terrell. I then made the decision to also go up there. Sergeant Pfeiffer sent me a ping location, which was just south of Cunell Implement.
Okay, describe the scene when you got up to that area.
It was dark by the time I got there. I was able to go from a distance, observe the skeletal remains, and there was a flip-flop that was near the remains as well, and then also some hair.
Okay, was there something about the flip-flop that was of import to you?
Yes, it was blue and white in color, which was similar to what Aisha described as a possibility of Breasia wearing.
Okay, and relative to the hair that was located in the area of the skeletal remains, was there something that you noted about the hair that was of import to you?
There was seashells in them. Again, another description provided by Aisha.
Okay, all right. Now, were you one of the individuals involved in maintaining the control of that site until the next morning when law enforcement officers and individuals from the State Medical Examiner's Office and the DCI responded out there?
My responsibility was to leave there and go interview the 3 fishermen that located her. Scene security was discussed and handled by Sergeant Pfeiffer.
Okay, who were the 3 fishermen that you interviewed?
Jesse Dow, Brendan Rogge, and Eric Johnson.
Could you spell Dow spell Jesse Dow so that we've got a correct spelling.
Jesse, Dow is D-A-U.
All right, and then Brendan Rogge so that we've got a correct spelling.
B-R-E-N-D. I don't know if it's A-N or I have to refer to my records.
Okay.
And then last name is Rogge, that's R-O-G-G-E.
And then Eric, how does he spell his first name?
E-R-I-C.
When did you conduct the interviews of the 3 fishermen?
Shortly after responding up to the remains on March 22nd, 2021.
And then following your interviews of those subjects, describe your involvement at the site on March 23rd.
On March 23rd, we responded to the site where we had a mobile command center up and then also caution tape up with an inner perimeter and an outer perimeter. And then my responsibilities throughout that day was to assist the anthropologist and her staff on clearing debris away from Breasia's remains, and then they would help us determine what's of significance in regards to her remains and what wasn't.
Certainly. And then were you involved in any additional investigation on April 3rd of 2021 relative to the pond where her remains were located?
Yes.
Explain.
We had Big River Rescue Search Team respond out to that pond, and they conducted a search of it. During that search, a firearm was retrieved from the pond.
What type of firearm?
A revolver.
Okay.
38 caliber.
A 38 caliber revolver. When Briage's remains were discovered on March 22nd, and then we had the processing of the scene on March 23rd, did officers search that area for any type of casings?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about the different types of handguns. Describe the two different types of handguns.
Semi-automatic and revolver or wheel gun.
Sure. If a semi-automatic is utilized, what happens at the point that the gun is fired?
Shell casing ejects from the chamber.
Okay. When her remains were recovered, were there projectiles located in the area of her remains?
There was.
Okay. By virtue of that, was the area searched for any type of casings?
Yes.
Were there any casings found?
No.
When the gun was recovered from the pond, what type of gun was it again?
Revolver.
And so then did that make sense that there were no casings found?
That would match. That'd be indicative of what we found at the scene, yes.
Okay. And when a revolver is fired, what happens?
The shell casing remains in the wheel of the gun and has to be purposefully manipulated and dumped out in order to remove the shell casings.
Did this conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Freeze, it would appear that it would be best to conduct your cross-examination after lunch. Sure. Adjournment until 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, it's silent, y'all, for a minute. Let's see what they're finna do. Let me fast forward. Oh, look like they're on lunch.
I'm sorry.
And excuse me, is that 65 or 64 for the record?
60, let me just double check here. It's going to be, I'm interested in State's Exhibit 64.
64 teacher.
Could you hold that item up so that we can see what it looks like? Relative to that shirt, what color is it?
White.
Does it have a label to indicate the size?
It does.
What is the size?
4XL.
And you were out of the scene where Briage's remains were recovered, is that correct?
That is correct.
Was there clothing that was recovered with those skeletal remains?
There was.
Did that include a white t-shirt?
Yes.
What was the size of that t-shirt?
4XL.
Okay, looking at the t-shirt, first of all, at the front, do you note any type of dirt? I mean, just of any sort?
Nothing blatantly obvious.
Okay, and then at the back of the shirt, is there anything that you notice?
Just appears some sort of stain up on what would be the right shoulder area.
Okay, all right, I have no further questions relative to that. Go ahead and package it back up.
Hang on to that shirt.
Okay.
Detective Oberg, with that shirt again, inspect it for me if you would. Looks like a fairly clean shirt, would you agree?
Yeah.
It's worn, but it's for a white t-shirt that's like an undershirt. It's fairly clean, correct?
Yes.
You don't see any grass stains on it, do you?
No.
No tears from perhaps being close to a fence or a bush or something like that, do you?
There's one little rip on the back, left side.
Okay, you can put it back in the bag now. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I just assumed counsel was taking the witness on board hire.
Never mind. I'm sorry. I thought you were done, Ms. Cunningham.
No, that's okay. Okay. And just based on the observations of what Mr. Dinkins was observed wearing in that quick shop video, is that t-shirt significantly different than the t-shirt that he was observed wearing in the quick shop video?
Quick shop was a white beer or a white tank top as compared to this t-shirt.
Okay. Now, my final set of questions to you is this. In January of 2021, were you contacted by Clinton County authorities relative to individuals who had information to supply relative to the investigation?
That is correct.
Explain.
Two subjects. Well, one initially said that they had information in regards to something they overheard the defendant say. And then as a result of that interview, another subject was mentioned. And then I also interviewed that subject as well.
What are the names of those two individuals?
Matt Dean and David Baker.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have a moment?
You may.
Leah, the shells that they found in her hair were those shells you can buy from like the hair store that you can put in with people, normally people that wear like dreads or twists or whatever in their hair. Those are the shells that they found in her hair. It's ones that were placed in her hair by when she got her hair done.
And did you perform interviews of both of those subjects?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Now I can go. Now I can go. Detective Obert, I've heard you use this term and other officers use this term, and even the prosecution used this term a number of times. When you say the term wife beater, what are we talking about?
A white tank top.
Why do we call it a wife beater here?
In this certain situation, it's just a common term referred to that article of clothing.
Why?
In my common knowledge experiences, someone that wears that, like if we're going stereotypes, someone that assaults their significant other.
You're not saying that Mr. Dinkins is a wife beater, right?
Correct.
So let's use the word tank top from now on, okay?
Sounds good.
Is that fair?
That is fair.
All right. Appreciate it.
Oh my God.
Talking about the clothing, item 60, exhibit 63 through 66. You sent those off to the FBI lab yourself?
No.
But the decision was made within the Detective Bureau of the Davenport Police Department, correct?
That is correct.
And decisions were made as to what those items should be tested for by the Detective Bureau?
By the FBI analysis team. There's like no formal form I filled out to say it has to be tested for this, that, or the other.
Did anybody at Davenport request that certain items of forensic evidence be tested off those 4 items of clothing?
Yes.
And who would that have been?
I've been a collective group of Sergeant Pfeiffer and the lieutenants, and then that information was relayed to Cameron Smith and Jim McMillan.
Did you have input into that decision?
Not at that time, no.
Did you provide information to Sergeant Pfeiffer and this group as to what you thought should be tested?
Not at that time.
So the Nike shoes, were impressions ever taken of those shoes, the soles?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were those shoes ever compared to the footprints at Credit Island?
I do not believe so.
The footprints at Credit Island, can you tell me if the footprints were ever analyzed to see if they came from a pair of tennis shoes, first of all?
I do not believe so.
Did they come from a pair of work boots, perhaps?
It is possible. I don't know for certain.
But we don't know, right?
That's correct.
They could come from bedroom slippers, possibly?
You'd have to have like some distinct lines on the bottom of those slippers, I'd say.
The point is that the Davenport Police Department or any other law enforcement agency did not take any footwear impressions of those footprints for comparison purposes, did they?
We took those impressions, but they were not compared to any shoes that we had.
Okay. So Mr. Dinkins gives you a pair of shoes. Those aren't compared, number one, right?
That is correct.
And at this point in time, you don't know what shoes he would have been wearing at Credit Island if interviewing Mr. Dinkins and he gives you his clothes, right?
That'd be correct.
Because DL never told you he was wearing gold shoes, did he?
That is correct.
You didn't have videos yet, did you?
That is correct.
Were the shoes ever tested for DNA?
I can't say for certain on. I'd have to go back to the report.
The white T-shirt, that was tested for blood, correct?
That is correct.
And why blood?
In any sort of foreign DNA or anything known at that point was just a general thing that the FBI lab was going to test for, among other things.
You say foreign DNA. We can get DNA in a lot of different ways, agreed?
Yes.
DNA can come from saliva, correct?
Yes.
Tears, correct?
Potentially, yes. I can't speak on that.
You can sneeze and leave DNA, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You can sneeze and leave DNA?
Potentially, yes.
You can slough DNA off your skin, can't you?
Yes.
But none of that was tested for on that shirt, was it?
I'm not for certain. I'd have to look at that report.
Do you know if that request was even made by the Davenport Police Department?
I do not know that.
In your training and experience as a detective, would that, in your experience, been the best practice to search for all DNA?
To test it for the other things that you just listed?
For all DNA of any sort? Would that be a yes?
I would agree with that, yes.
Especially if you only tested for blood and the results come back negative for blood, would it not be best practice for a detective in your training and experience to perhaps send that item off again for testing for any sort of DNA?
Hell no.
That is an avenue that probably could have been explored.
But in your training and experience, would it not be the best practice to do that?
Given what information we had, that could be something that we could have done.
I'm asking what you could have done. I'm saying let's come back and training and given your experience to then send that item off and have it tested for other types of DNA.
The defendant was with Bridget Terrell, that we all know from July 9th through July 10th. Her touch to the shirt wouldn't negate or add the benefit of that. I mean, if she's within the apartment and he's there as well and the shirt's there, me personally, I feel like touch DNA would not bolster one or the other.
Okay. So your testimony is that DNA from Bridget Terrell on the clothing of Henry Dinkins serves no beneficial purpose.
Touch DNA on the t-shirt.
Very well. And the shorts, item 65, those were also tested for blood and semen, and those came back negative as well, right?
That is correct.
Now, shorts, you have to agree that might be a little different for touch DNA, would it not?
As far as the significance or importance that touch would be there.
Yes.
Yeah, it'd be not like a common place where someone else would touch an individual.
Sure. So if Breasia Terrell's touch DNA were on the inside of Henry Dinkins' shorts, that would throw up red flags, would it not?
Yes.
And would it not be best practice in your training, your education, and experience, knowing that Breasia Terrell had never been to Henry Dinkins' apartment with Andrea Culberson before, to have the inside of Mr. Dinkins' shorts he was wearing tested for all kinds of DNA?
That is something that could have been done.
Would you have preferred it as you as a detective?
Yes.
And given the fact that Breasia Terrell had only been in this apartment from the evening of July 9th into the early morning hours of July 10th, you still say that touch DNA has very little significance to this case?
I guess I'd expand on in particulars about that because we agreed about the shorts, but not the shirt.
Okay, please do.
So, you want me to expand on other things in the apartment or?
No, this girl didn't live at that apartment, right?
That's correct.
She'd never been there before, right?
That is correct.
So we wouldn't expect to see her DNA all over the apartment, correct?
All depends on where she was at in the apartment that night.
Okay. And this head wrap, this black head wrap that Mr. Dinkins was wearing, there was no blood or semen found on that, right?
Correct.
Touch DNA, would that have any significance on his head wrap?
Potentially. I know it wasn't tested. When I'm trying to think of a reason why her prints or touch DNA would be on that head wrap, unless she was asked to hand it off to him at some point of the night or different things like that, it's potential that could have been on there.
Or perhaps in a struggle and was fighting with him and touched him up on the head?
That is a possibility.
In your training, education, and experience, and in your investigation in this case, where's the primary crime scene?
Where she was located.
So up there in Clinton County by Kuhnau Implement is the primary crime scene, correct?
That is where her remains were found, yes.
Is that where she was killed?
I can theorize based on the lack of blood and things found in other parts of this investigation. I would argue it's hard to transport someone that's already been shot and take them up there and then dump them. I believe that she was shot there.
And that makes sense, does it not?
Yes.
Because we looked for blood in the Impala and there's none there, correct?
Correct.
And we looked for other evidence at Credit Island and there's just nothing there as far as blood or anything, right?
Nothing that we found, no.
And no blood evidence in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And we did find at the location where her remains were found that she had been shot 3 times. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And where she had been shot, all 3 slugs were recovered, were they not?
They were.
That would indicate to you that right there is probably where she was shot.
Yes.
Okay. So you were talking about this firearm with Ms. Cunningham. I want you to educate me a little bit. The firearm was found in the pond right next to the location of the remains, correct?
Yes.
Within, 50 yards probably?
Yep.
So what's the significance of this firearm?
The significance is when DCI did an analysis of the rounds recovered with Breasia remains and compared to that firearm that was located in the pond, they cannot rule it out as being a possible, being the gun involved with that. But there's no exact where they can say that is for sure the firearm.
Okay, so we have this gun, it's a .38 special revolver, right?
Yes.
But we can't say that's the gun that killed her, but it falls within the class of guns that could have killed her.
That's right.
It could be anywhere from a .357 all the way up to a 9mm, right?
I believe that's what included in the DCI report.
And there's all kinds of guns and manufacturers that make those guns in this country. Fair?
Yes.
And the slugs which were recovered were too far gone, too destroyed to be tested as to whether or not they came from that particular gun, right?
Yeah, they use the word deformed, I believe.
That's a fair word. But they were tested, right?
Yes.
So we have 3 slugs that were tested, but we can't tell came from any particular gun. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Does the proximity of this gun to Breasia Terrell's body mean anything to you as an investigator?
Yes.
What's that mean?
In my experience in murders or homicides that involve people with firearms and using them, common practice by these individuals is to discard the murder weapon essentially. And by tossing it near where she was shot in a body of water would make maybe someone believe that they're not going to find it in a body of water. That's fairly hard to find.
it's common to ditch weapons in your training experience in rivers, lakes, ponds, whatever, right?
Yes.
And they're difficult in your training experience to recover in rivers and ponds and lakes, right?
Yes.
So the theory is that the crime scene is right there by Kunal Implement, that the shooter killed Brieja right there at Kunal Implement, right?
Yes.
Then promptly shot 3 times, first of all, right?
At least, yes.
Okay. And this gun, it's a revolver, so it's got a cylinder in it, right?
Yes.
And the cylinder holds how many cartridges?
I believe that one was 6 rounds.
So it's an old school 6-shooter, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to shoot a 6-shooter, you pull the trigger 6 times, and then the gun is empty, right?
Yes.
Can't shoot anymore until you eject all the cartridges.
Yes.
Okay. So she is shot at least 3 times, correct?
Yes.
We have no other evidence that she shot more than that, though, do we?
We do not.
We didn't recover any other cartridges from the location, did we?
No.
We didn't find any casings at all, right?
No.
Does the significance of finding no casings at all mean anything to you?
No casings around where her remains are at?
Yes.
It could indicate that one it is that revolver and that's where the casings are. And that's what I would argue for that.
I'm sorry, let me understand that again.
So being that we didn't find any casings around where her remains were, one of 2 things could possibly be in that scenario. One, they were picked up by the individual who did this, or that when they discarded the weapon, they left the casings along with inside that revolver.
Okay, so if someone, I'm trying to understand here. If someone shot Brieja 3 times with a 6-shooter, there'd be 3 empty cartridges still in the revolver cylinder, right?
There would be.
And 3 live cartridges, right?
Not necessarily.
If it was fully loaded.
If it was fully loaded, yes.
And only the 3 shots were fired, right?
Yes.
So this firearm, when it was recovered, first of all, you're able to trace the history of a firearm, right?
Yes.
Were you able to trace the history of this firearm?
The dealer that sold it, they lost all their records, and that dealer was in Iowa City, and they're no longer in business, and so there is almost no paper trail for this firearm, unfortunately.
That dealer came out of Iowa City, doesn't know where he or she sold it?
They didn't have any of those records. They lost them in some sort of flood.
Okay. Are those not reported to the ATF?
They should be.
Did anybody check with the ATF?
We had connections there, and they were checked, and there was no documentation on the following of this firearm.
So the ATF didn't even have the record of the initial sale from the dealer to the person who bought it initially?
That was my understanding from the detective that did the firearm trace follow-up.
Okay, so when I go to buy a firearm, I have to fill out a form that says I'm buying this particular firearm. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
I have to pass a background check, right?
Yes.
And that background check and this firearm then is sent off to the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, right?
I would imagine.
And you're telling me that the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms was consulted and they had no records on that?
Is from the detective that did the trace, that is my understanding.
Okay. Who was that?
Detective Thomas.
Okay. So, assuming for a moment that Ms. Terrell was shot 3 times, and then the theory is then the gun's just thrown in the water, right?
Yes.
Can you think of any reason under that scenario where she's shot 3 times that an individual would take 3 casings out of the gun and then reload the gun and throw it in the water?
So then it's full of 5 rounds. Is that what you're?
Loaded full of 6 rounds of .38 Special.
I don't know what the purpose of that would be.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
No.
I mean, it makes no sense for you to load your gun and then toss it in the pond, right?
Correct.
In your investigation, you looked at photos of this gun, right?
Yes.
Tell me, how many rounds were in the cylinder?
There were 6 spent casings.
They were all spent?
Yeah.
Were there any live rounds with this gun?
No.
Did the DCI ever test fire this gun?
I believe so, yes.
They test fire the gun with the same ammunition?
That was found in the gun? Well, that wouldn't have been possible, but they used their own ammo. I don't know the process of that, but they used their own ammo.
Okay.
Hey, Kit Kat has
If there were 6 rounds of live ammunition seized in this case, of Winchester .38 Special plus P, you have any idea where that would have come from?
No.
In the search of Mr. Dinkins' apartment, was any Winchester .38 Special plus P recovered?
I do not believe so.
Was there any trace evidence able to be pulled off that weapon?
No.
Now, going back to the kind of the beginning, you interviewed DL, right?
Yes.
Now, kind of describe his demeanor, his behavior. He's kind of rambunctious, isn't he?
At times.
Kind of hyperactive at times.
I agree with that.
His mother called him a piece of work. Would you agree with that?
In my experiences with him, he can be a handful at times.
Okay, that's a good description. When you interviewed him that first time, he never told you he was present for the shooting of his sister, did he?
That is correct.
In fact, he's never told you ever that he was present for the shooting of his sister, did he?
That is correct.
He never told you that Andrea Culberson was present for the shooting of his sister, right?
That is correct as well.
Never at one point did he mention those facts, did he?
No.
Did he ever mention to you the bloody machete?
Not to me, no.
So the first time you talked to him, he's not talking about a bloody machete, not talking about a pistol, right?
That is correct.
You are aware, however, that after Briasia was found, that Miss Langford called Sergeant Pfeiffer and said that DL was now making an allegation that he was present for the shooting, right?
That is correct.
And that statement has kind of been disregarded as him overhearing the report from Sergeant Pfeiffer to Aisha as to how Briasia was killed, right?
When I was at the residence with Sergeant Pfeiffer, when we spoke with Aisha about the cause of death, and DL being in the house at that time, that's what we believe or contributed that to be at that time.
So given your investigation, your training, your experience, and you actually being there when you reported how Briasia had met her demise, you don't put any stock in DL actually being at the scene of Briasia Terrell's death, do you?
At that time, no. I'm sorry. When of him providing that statement and with the other statements he provided, we did not consider that to be the possibility.
Okay. He's given a number of contrasting statements, hasn't he?
Yes.
Okay. So it's kind of hard to put the pieces together with the stories he's given you, isn't it?
With some, yes. With others, we were able to cooperate with video footage and cell phone records.
We'll talk about those. But the one thing he never told you was the bloody machete, right?
Correct.
How many opportunities has he had to tell you about the bloody machete?
My one-on-one interview with him was just on that one day. And then in passing, when I'd stop and speak with Aisha throughout the investigation, but the only time where I formally sat down and talked to him was that day.
Okay. Who did he tell the story to the bloody machete to?
I believe that was Detective Hamas.
Were you in the car with him ever during any of these drive-arounds?
On one of them, yes, on July 10th.
Okay. And on July 10th in the drive-around, he didn't mention anything about seeing a bloody machete, did he?
No.
And he never told you anything about stopping along a road and Mr. Dinkins getting out and pouring bleach along the road, did he?
That is correct.
He never even said that after he reported seeing his sister get shot, didn't he?
No.
So you're aware he said that now, right?
Is that what was testified to or during an interview?
No. Me telling you this today, if I told you he said that on the stand, that would be a surprise to you?
After consulting of this, yes, because it never was relayed to me.
Okay. How about Andrea Culberson? Did you interview her?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
The question was Andrea Culberson. Did you interview her?
I did interview her.
Andrea Culberson never told you that she was present during the shooting of Briasia, right?
That is correct.
She did say she saw Briasia outside of her apartment at around saw Briasia in the Impala at any point in time.
No.
Has any witness ever told you that they saw Briasia Terrell in that Impala after 3:30 a.m. on July 10th?
No.
So we have no eyewitness testimony putting her in that Impala.
That is correct.
We have no trace evidence putting her in that Impala, do we?
That is correct.
Now, did you communicate with the FBI lab and tell them that Briasia Terrell had been in that Impala?
No.
Did anybody from the Davenport Police Department, the collective group that you talked about earlier, tell the FBI lab that Briasia Terrell had been in that Impala?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's asking this witness to testify to something that he would have no knowledge of. Those are questions that should be asked of other individuals.
One moment. Overrule the objection. The witness may answer if he knows.
I can't say for certain if someone did tell them that. The only thing I know is that they at least tried gathering DNA to see if she was in it.
Do you know that the testing was limited in the Impala to blood and semen?
I do not know that off the top of my head.
In your training and experience as a detective, would you have, had it been your decision, recommended that any items of fabric or cutouts of a seat or carpet be tested for all type of DNA?
Yes.
Why?
To show that the individual was in that vehicle.
And you have yourself reviewed FBI reports in this matter?
I have reviewed some, yes.
And that's part of your investigation in this case?
Yes,
And you have seen the FBI lab reports regarding the Chevrolet Impala?
I have.
And are you aware from a review of those reports that there is no evidence of blood or semen from Briasia Terrell in that Impala?
That is correct.
Do you also note that no DNA was tested in that Impala?
No DNA is trace DNA?
Any DNA?
Any DNA. I'm not familiar with that. I'd have to look at that.
Okay. You would agree with me that the reports that you've reviewed from the FBI were back in the hands of the Davenport Police Department no later than the 1st of October, 2020.
The complete FBI lab discovery wasn't provided until later, so I don't know which of 2020 that would.
Well, let's say this. Let's use January 1, 2021. Would that be a fair date to say that the complete lab discovery from the FBI was back in your hands?
I have to refer to my report. I know where it's at. I can look it up real quick if that's.
Would that refresh your recollection if you did?
Yes.
You want to make me refresh his recollection?
I'm sorry.
May he refresh his recollection?
You may.
In my report, it's February 1st of 2022 that I was given a flash drive of the complete FBI lab discovery.
Okay, so in that report, there's no DNA found in the Impala, right?
That's correct.
And the report also shows that only blood and semen was tested for in the Impala, right?
Yes.
So my question is, you never initiated a second request to have touch DNA or any other kind of DNA tested for in that Impala, right?
That'd be correct.
And that could have been done, right?
It could have been. Well, yeah, it could have been, possibly.
You know, trace evidence was taken from the Impala, right?
Trace evidence such as hair and different things like that, is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Yes.
And that wasn't requested by the Davenport Police Department to be tested either, right?
To be tested as in who the person that would have that hair belonged to?
Right.
No.
So there's evidence out there that could have been tested to see if Breasia Terrell was even in that Impala. Breasia Terrell had not been in that Impala before that day, right?
Yes.
So any evidence that could have put her in that Impala would be relevant and crucial evidence to this investigation. Fair?
That's fair to say.
It's fair for me to say that the moment Henry Dinkins came there at noon on July 10th, that he was the person of focus in this investigation.
Right away.
Yes.
He was one of the people that was a focus, as well as DL, Andrea, because they were all in the apartment together with Breasia when she went missing.
Well, you were done investigating him at 1:45 p.m., right?
Yes.
And he was allowed to go home, right?
He eventually was detained for the
Your Honor, if we could, I think that this is subject to the court's ruling on a motion in limine. And then the question is such that that would bring out testimony that counsel wanted excluded per the motion in limine.
I would agree that that's most likely going to be the response, Mr. Freeze.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
You'd agree with me that you and your supervisors met that night and came up with a theory of what had likely happened here, right?
There wasn't, I would argue there wasn't enough information at that time to have a full theory of what happened.
Well, who called the FBI?
I do not know off the top of my head who got them involved.
If the FBI had formulated a theory on July 11th that it appeared as though Henry Dinkins had abducted Breasia Terrell based upon information given by the Davenport Police Department, that information didn't come from you?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. The question is asking this witness to provide testimony about something he has no knowledge of. And even beyond that, it suggests facts that aren't even in evidence.
I'm going to sustain that objection and ask that you rephrase.
Hypothetically, if the FBI, when they opened their case, was working from a theory that Henry Dinkins had abducted Breasia Terrell on July 11th, based upon information provided by the Davenport Police Department, that information from the Davenport Police Department did not come from you?
I was not the one that relayed that to them because I was not like the point of contact with the FBI to start the investigation.
You seem to put some stock in the fact that Mr. Dinkins did not come immediately down to the Davenport Police Department after the initial call was made. Is that a fair statement to say?
Yes, there was a first call that was made, as in when he makes it to when he speaks to the officer on scene, or what call are you referring to?
That one, yes.
When he's there at the scene, yes, it's 9 a.m. He's there approximately 9 a.m. He's there briefly, and then leaves for a couple hours, a few hours.
So between 9 and 12, the fact that he's not coming straight to the police department, you think is suspicious?
It was one of my concerns, but then I also was giving the benefit of the doubt that he was also out looking because Aisha left as well. So I was giving the benefit of the doubt there.
Okay, so the long line of questioning we heard about what he was doing and being out and about in Davenport doesn't really raise a lot of red flags to you, does it?
Not at first, no. Being with the limited information I had, no.
What about now?
Now it is a concern.
Why is that?
The subject advised he was out looking around for Asia. And we have video footage of him buying bleach at 7 a.m. in a Clinton Walmart after he emphasizes how this is his daughter, this is his baby, he raised her, and is upset. And you would imagine one would be out looking for her, not purchasing 2 bottles of bleach and also changing articles of clothing by the time he gets to the Davenport police station.
Okay, but I'm talking between 9 a.m. and 12 a.m.
Okay, sorry about that. The concern about him, I guess, can you reword that, please?
What about his movements between 9 a.m. and 12 a.m. p.m. Sorry, noon, causes you red flags?
Being with the information I have now, it's very limited. The 2 things that we kind of know is that he was at one point in Southwest End, Davenport, based on cell phone records, and then also in the area of his sister's apartment complex, which, again, he's going to places he's familiar with, not necessarily where Breasia Terrell would be familiar with.
Okay. Going to his sister's place, I'm just going to ask you just bluntly, so what? What's the deal there?
I can't speak on why the defendant went there.
But what's the red flag for you? He went to his sister's house. His stepdaughter is missing. He goes to his sister's house, who's his sister. What's the problem?
He told me he was out looking around. And he also says that he potentially was in that area. But again, it's the objective of why he's out that morning.
You think he's out showering up, scrubbing down himself to hide evidence?
That is a possibility.
You have any evidence of that?
No.
Because I want to think about that a little bit. I think it's kind of been suggested that that's what he might have done. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. So 3:30 a.m., he's wearing this tank top, right?
Yes.
He's wearing these colorful shorts, right?
That's correct.
And he's wearing these gold shoes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the next time we see him on video, he's in Walmart in Clinton at 7 a.m., right?
We see his actual person, yes. Yep.
Now, 7 a.m., he's wearing a white T-shirt, right?
Yes.
And a blue shirt, or blue shorts, right?
Blue shorts, yes.
He's wearing the same gold shoes, right?
That's correct.
So he changed his shirt and shorts, but not his shoes, right?
That is correct.
And then we also know that around 3 or 3:30, he stopped back home and was fiddling around in his closet, according to Andrea Culberson, right?
That is correct.
Did she know what he was getting, right?
That is correct.
Possible he was getting a T-shirt and shorts?
To walk out with those things in his hand, Andrew would have been able to testify to that. I don't know where you necessarily hide 2 articles of clothing within your person. I can't put shorts or shirt in like my pants pocket or anything like that.
She also never asked where is Breasia, did she?
That is correct.
That's also odd.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So she said she didn't see what he took out of the house, right?
Yes.
And she also said she never turned any lights on, right?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. So the thought is at 9 a.m., we're at Andrea's apartment and Sergeant Burkle is there and Henry's outside talking to Sergeant Burkle, right?
Officer Burkle, yes.
Okay. He's wearing white T-shirt, right?
Yes.
Blue shorts again, right?
Yes.
Black do-rag
Yes.
and gold shoes, right?
That is correct.
Then he's out and about for 3 hours, not really. We know now where the general areas he was at, but we don't know what he's doing, right?
That's right.
And one of the solutions is maybe he's out cleaning himself up, taking a shower, correct?
That's a possibility.
And then he comes in and sees you at noon, and now he's changed shoes, right?
Yes.
So the theory is that he put on clean clothes, dirty shoes, and between 9 and 12 goes out and showers, right?
Potentially.
Puts his clean clothes back on, which one would think maybe DNA or whatever could possibly be on those clean clothes, and only changes his shoes to come see you.
If I were to work off my own theory, I don't think he would have. I think he showered he showers potentially after the clothing of the first time, and wherever he was at for the shower, he didn't have extra pair of shoes.
Fawn, are you speaking? I can't hear you if you are.
No, D Truth said he's trying to. He asked you, can you hear him?
I can't hear him.
I told him I can't hear him.
Oh, Lord. Were you?
I'm staying on mute because I'm cussing this fool out.
What are you doing, D2? Were you down the whole time? I can't hear him at all. Is
I
he
can't
talking?
either. That's why I was letting him know that I can't hear him either, not just you.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what you done did over there. Because he's up. And he's not, well, he's muted now. But he wasn't muted.
No, he might have been talking this whole time and we just didn't hear him.
I sure did. I'm sitting up here, I'm like you, I want to take that damn lawyer and just throw his ass across the road. Did you? We still can't hear you.
Finally, the clown is silenced.
He gonna come back up. He not gonna stay silent, honey. He coming back up. You can best believe that. Oh Lord. Okay. Oh my God, y'all. I'm just like this lawyer.
And his voice is just like sarcasm, just like, ugh.
Not only sarcasm, he trying to.
Oh my God, I can't.
I'm just gonna let me drop the link again. Well, these two got the link, but I'm gonna drop it again still, so he can come back up. But this is crazy. All right,
He's
y'all.
trying to discredit everything that they have proven.
Everything, everything. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we wait for the clown.
Used to wear, and that's why you had to get stuck wearing those.
But again, we don't know where that would be.
Correct.
We have no evidence of a shower.
Yes.
And operating off your theory, you just said Andrea Culberson would have been able to see him take clothes, right?
Hold
That's
on,
right.
So we don't know where he had clothes either.
No, but can I speak on how I?
So
how would there be evidence of someone taking a damn shower?
it would be evidence of him taking a shower at the apartment if he had done that, but elsewhere, no, because they don't. I mean, they don't know where he took a shower.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
Lord.
just
Yes, condescending, E. Brooks. Just I can't. Go ahead. Like you
okay.
gonna prove somebody took a shower.
Mm-hmm.
I became knowledgeable of him having clothes at other places.
No.
Okay.
So just to clarify, we have no DNA of Brazier Terrell on Henry Dinkins' person.
That is correct.
We have no connection to Henry Dinkins on that gun.
That is correct.
But you opine that's the gun that killed Brazier Terrell.
Yes.
Brazier Terrell's remains were found with a white 4X white T-shirt, right?
That's correct.
Obviously a T-shirt that came from Henry Dinkins' apartment, right?
Yes.
No doubt about that, right?
Right.
Was that ever tested for any DNA?
I believe it was.
Okay. It'd be best practice to do that, even though it's been out in the elements, right?
Yes.
You at least try to find DNA on something like that, don't you?
You would try.
Good. You try to find blood or semen on that, wouldn't you?
You try to find those things. Yes.
Not necessarily expecting to, but you sure try. Agreed?
Based on the lab's expert opinions. But that's what I would request. But then they would provide their input on the circumstances of that evidence.
Did you request that in this case?
I was not the one that filled out that request. I believe that was done through Sergeant Pfeiffer and Special Agent Rick Ron.
Okay. Now, when you interviewed Ms. Culberson, that was done on July 10th?
My interview with her was on July 14th.
That was the first time you knew that Ms. Terrell was standing outside the Impala, right?
That is correct.
So 4 days later is the first time you get evidence that Brazier was outside the Impala.
Yes.
And we went through all these videos, we went through all these pictures. How many videos do you think you seized or procured?
From businesses?
Yes.
100 to 100. Well, our working spreadsheet was 170, but some of those are labeled as we weren't able to get some from certain businesses. Physically, what we were able to recover, I'm estimated between 125 to 150 businesses.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. What the hell did you do?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let's back it up. You don't have to back it up, but let's back it up.
Wait a minute. First of all, why you breathing so hard, clown?
Because
Damn.
I've been tracing this damn wire to figure out, did it unplug? What the hell? So
I ain't sipping on nothing, phone. What you talking about?
I heard some ice like somebody was taking a drink. Maybe it was the truth.
No, I didn't take a drink. I don't know what you're talking about. So let's back it up a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
There's something very specific that was done.
Okay.
His defense lawyer was asking, so the only person you were looking at was my client.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, the people that were with her at the end, yes, that's who we looked at. So by 1:45, you had decided that my client was the suspect. And he goes, so what made you think my client was the suspect? And the prosecutor goes, Your Honor, I object because this is going to open up a area that was ruled to be not admissible. And the judge says, you may want to rephrase that because it will open up, or it might open up an area that has been priorly excluded from evidence. They're talking about his prior conviction.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they ruled on it before the trial started that his prior conviction cannot be entered into evidence.
The only way it can be brought in if he get his dumb ass up there and testify.
If he asks a question that opens the door to his prior conviction, the prosecution may then enter his entire record as evidence.
But it's not like the judge don't know.
See, that's the thing about
It's
this.
not. If it was a jury, I could see. But it. Come on now.
Well, here's the thing. As a judge, if you're presiding over the case, your responsibility is to exclude prior evidence that's been excluded as evidence.
Even if you know it, you can't use it.
If you know it, you have to say to yourself, I don't know.
And we all know as humans, that's hard to do. That's why, the court system, I get it. Just like when an attorney asks a question and then the witness might answer, and then the other attorney that say, well, judge, I object. And then the judge sustains it. But the jury done already heard the damn answer.
And then he says, please disregard. Please disregard.
It's not
Please disregard what you heard.
We're human. We're human.
Yeah, you're right. And that's why they do it. But again, you also have to be very careful. You have to pick and choose what you do that with. Because if he has to say that to the jury a number of times, he will call a mistrial.
Yeah, because you cannot unhear what you just heard.
Exactly. You may be able to instruct them not to take that into consideration, but if you keep doing it, he will find the lawyer in contempt, and he'll call a mistrial because there's too many times, and if he finds it's a specific thing that he's doing it to, he's going to find him in contempt. And he's going to call a mistrial. So this guy was about to open a door because once you enter that prior conviction, it's over for him. And then he go, oh yes, I'll rephrase. We don't want that in here. But I thought, I was hoping that Dexter's laboratory there would jump off the stand and punch him in the face.
Oh God.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for Dexter to just jump off the stand and punch that man in the face. Jeez. I can hope.
No, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen to you. Your words are under a microscope. You have to be careful how you respond to court questions. Yeah. All right, let me see. Let me see. He is going to be up for maybe 5:25. Ooh, for 30 more minutes. Let's listen. Let me see. I wasn't gonna go over 3 hours, but we'll see. Let me see.
Residences. And of those 125 to 150 videos, not one of those videos can identify Breasia Terrell in that Impala. That is correct. And we don't have one item of physical evidence that puts Breasia Terrell in that Impala, right? That is correct. We don't have one item of forensic evidence that puts Breasia Terrell in that Impala. That is correct. Did you seek out any other possible subjects in your investigation? There were tips that came in, and we followed up on a handful of numerous tips. But based on my interview with the defendant and the movements and activities from July 9th and July 10th, I did not consider anyone else. What about the address 1909 Grand Avenue? That belongs to, a resident there was Genesis Johnson. Didn't consider that residence to have some connection to this case? Yes. In that house, you found a gun, right? That is correct. A 9mm? I believe so. The size of weapon that could have been used to kill Breasia Terrell? Potentially, but through interviews with that. The reason why we searched that residence is because Genesis Johnson told us that she was with the defendant that night. We were able to determine through cell phone records and a statement later provided by her that she had her dates wrong and that she did not hang out with the defendant that night. There was some discussion about these phone issues with Mr. Dinkins, that his phone was turned off or his battery was taken out. What evidence do we have that his battery was ever taken out of his phone in this case?
Besides the statement made by DL, limited one input I provide is under the phone events or activity tab where it's only giving powered on. You would imagine if he's doing an input to power it off, it would say powered off as compared to just removing a battery and then it suddenly loses connection to any network or power.
Sure. Or the phone goes dead, right?
That's a potential.
So you didn't consider that as an option as to when Mr. Dinkins' phone would possibly go dead instead of being powered off, right?
When I asked him about phone calls being made for that time of approximately 9 to noon about why he wasn't answering certain calls, that was not his justification. It was just that his phone acts funny. Sometimes he needs to text numbers before getting phone calls. It was nothing about his phone being low on power or powering off.
But you do know that throughout the investigation on July 10th, his phone was dead for quite a while early in the evening, right?
It was advised that it was put on the charger at the apartment.
So what you were advised was that Henry left his phone at the apartment around midnight or so, right?
That he left the apartment around midnight?
Somewhere in that area, yes.
Well, he never said exactly what times he left. And Andrea went to sleep between 11 and 11:30. So we don't know the exact time that he would have left.
Okay. But you also learned that when Andrea woke around 3 o'clock, she noticed his phone was there, right?
Yes.
And that phone was plugged into the computer, right?
I believe that it was eventually plugged into the charger, yes.
But it was plugged into the computer first, right?
I guess I don't know what you're referring to as the computer.
Well, the tower.
To be charged? Or
yes.
Okay.
You didn't know that?
I'd have to refer to a report for that.
Did she ever tell you, or did you have knowledge of the fact that she took it off the tower and plugged it into the wall charger to get a charge?
That now sounds somewhat familiar, yes.
Okay. Did you know if there was a phone charger in the Impala?
I know there was a cord inside of the Impala. I can't speak for certain if it was the charging cord or an auxiliary cord. I just remember a white cord that was inside of it.
So if that phone had been dead as late as 3 a.m., it's possible that phone could have been charging a little bit and then dying, charging a little bit and then dying. Wouldn't you agree?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's asking the witness to speculate.
Sustained. But you had no evidence to the contrary that that phone could have been charging and dying.
While it's sitting, charging into the outlet of the wall?
Or in the car?
In the car. I mean, that's a possibility. So I don't know why we would say it's charging and dying if it's not staying plugged in.
Okay. But when you look at cell phone records, when somebody is turning the phone off, it says powering off, right?
At the Cellbrite report, that is.
And you don't see powered off on Mr. Dinkins' records, right?
That's correct.
So we have two options. Phone goes dead or someone removes the battery, right?
That's correct.
And you don't have any evidence of either, do you?
His phone was powered on and stayed on the entire course of our interview. So I'd argue that there's no issue with the power of the cell phone.
At that time, but during the night, you have no evidence of either, do you?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, this interview, there was some discussion about Google Maps and the fact that, again, Henry didn't do something, so therefore he must have inculpated himself in doing something. And the fact that he didn't draw on the maps. You showed Henry some Google Maps, right?
Yes.
And asked him where he went, right?
Yes.
And he showed you on the maps. You point around to places, right?
He did.
He just didn't draw on the maps where he had been, right?
That's correct.
He didn't mislead you, did he?
He just said he was everywhere in the Quad City.
Okay. And he kind of was. He was on the southwest side. Then he was over by Anita McQuay's, which is on the other side of town, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we know he was way up in Clinton, right?
That's correct.
That's way on the north side to get there, right? You have to go north to get to Clinton, correct?
Yes.
So that's the north side of Clinton you got to go to, or north side of Davenport to go to, right?
I wouldn't say Clinton's the north side of Davenport. It's northeast from Davenport, but it's like 3 miles out.
Right. I mean, you have to go through North Davenport to get there.
Yes.
So you've been on the north side as well, right?
Yes.
You can't go to Clinton by going south, is what I'm saying.
Yep.
So his discussion with you in the Google Maps, is that somewhat suspicious for you too?
Yeah. About it. So
you've interviewed African-American men before, right?
Yes.
I mean, are they always cooperative as you want them to be?
It depends on the individuals.
Okay. Let me ask you this. As I understand your working theory of how this little girl met her demise, she was outside the Impala at the apartment.
He said,
p.m., give or take, right?
Yes.
He said, have you met African-American men before?
He said what now?
Play that back. Go back just a
He
second.
said,
About 10 seconds.
he said, have you met African-American men before?
Wow.
I missed
And
that.
You missed what he said. He said, have you met?
Yeah, I was reading. I missed that. Hold on, let me go back. Damn.
Yeah, I missed that the first go around when I watched this. Go back.
There were
about
tips that
10
came in
seconds.
and we followed up on a handful of numerous tips, but based on my interview with the defendant and the movements and activities from July 9th and July 10th, I did not consider anyone else.
What about the address of 1909 Grand Avenue?
That belongs to, well, a resident there was Genesis Johnson.
Didn't consider that residence to have some connection to this case?
Yes.
In that house, you found a gun, right?
That is correct.
A 9mm?
I believe so.
The size of the weapon that could have been?
Potentially, but through interviews with that. The reason why we searched that residence is because Genesis Johnson told us that she was with the defendant that night. We were able to determine through cell phone records and a statement later provided by her that she had her dates wrong and that she did not hang out with the defendant that night.
There was some discussion about these phone issues with Mr. Dinkins, that his phone was turned off or his battery was taken out. What evidence do we have that his battery was ever taken out of his phone in this case?
Besides the statement made by DL, limited. One input I provide is under the phone events or activity tab where it's only giving powered on. You would imagine if he's doing an input to power it off, it would say powered off as compared to just removing a battery and then it's only loses connection to any network or power.
Sure. Or the phone goes dead, right?
That's potential.
So you didn't consider that as an option as to when Mr. Dinkins' phone would possibly go dead instead of being powered off, right?
When I asked him about phone calls being made for that time of approximately 9 to noon about why he wasn't answering certain calls, that was not his justification. It was just that his phone acts funny sometimes. He needs to text numbers before getting phone calls. It was nothing about his phone being low on power or powering off.
But you do know that throughout the investigation on July 10th, his phone was dead for quite a while early in the evening, right?
It was advised that it was put on the charger at the apartment.
So what you were advised was that Henry left his phone at the apartment around midnight or so, right?
That he left the apartment around midnight?
Somewhere in that area, yes.
Well, he never said exactly what times he left. And Andrea went to sleep between 11 and 11:30. So we don't know the exact time that he would have left.
But you also learned that when Andrea woke around 3 o'clock, she noticed his phone was there, right?
Yes.
And that phone was plugged into the computer, right?
I believe that it was eventually plugged into the charger, yes.
But it was plugged into the computer first, right?
I guess I don't know what you're referring to as the computer.
Well, the tower.
To be charged? Or
yes.
Okay.
You didn't know that?
I'd have to refer to a report for that.
Did she ever tell you, or did you have knowledge of the fact that she took it off the tower and plugged it into the wall charger to get a charge?
That now sounds somewhat familiar, yes.
Okay. Did you know if there was a phone charger in the Impala?
I know there was a cord inside of the Impala. I can't speak for certain if it was the charging cord or an auxiliary cord. I just remember a white cord that was inside of it.
So if that phone had been dead as late as 3 a.m., it's possible that phone could have been charging a little bit and then dying, charging a little bit and then dying. Wouldn't you agree?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's asking the witness to speculate.
Sustained. But you have no evidence to the contrary that that phone could have been charged or in the car.
In the car? I mean, that's a possibility. So I don't know why we would say it's charging and dying if it's not staying plugged in.
Okay. But when you look at cell phone records, when somebody is turning the phone off, it says powering off, right?
At the Cellbrite report, that is something you want to see as a manipulation, saying powered on and powered off, yes.
And you don't see powered off on Mr. Dinkins' records, right?
That's correct.
So we have two options. Phone goes dead or someone removes the battery, right?
That's correct.
And you don't have any evidence of either, do you?
His phone was powered on and stayed on the entire course of our interview, so I'd argue that there's no issue with the power of the cell phone.
At that time, but during the night, you have no evidence of either, do you?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, this interview, there was some discussion about Google Maps and the fact that, again, Henry didn't do something, so therefore he must have inculpated himself in doing something. And the fact that he didn't draw on the maps. You showed Henry some Google Maps, right?
Yes.
And asked him where he went, right?
Yes.
And he showed you on the maps. You point around to places, right?
He did.
He just didn't draw on the maps where he had been, right?
That is correct.
He didn't mislead you, did he?
He just said he was everywhere in the Quad City.
Okay. And he kind of was. He was on the southwest side. Then he was over by Anita McQuay's, which is on the other side of town, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we know he was way up in Clinton, right?
That's correct.
That's way on the north side to get there, right? You have to go north to get to Clinton, correct?
Yes.
So that's the north side of Clinton you got to go to, or north side of Davenport to go to, right?
I wouldn't say Clinton's the north side of Davenport. It's northeast from Davenport, but it's like 30 miles out.
Right. I mean, you have to go through North Davenport to get there.
Yes.
So you've been on the north side as well, right?
Yes.
You can't go to Clinton by going south, is what I'm saying.
Yep.
So his discussion with you in the Google Maps, is that somewhat suspicious for you too?
Yeah, the fact that he just went mark up kind of the general areas he was checking. He wanted to be very vague about it. So
you've interviewed African-American men before, right?
Yes.
I mean, are they always cooperative as you want them to be?
Okay, he said you've interviewed
Okay, that right
African.
there pissed me off.
Yeah.
Okay, so you boxing all black men of not being cooperative. I would have fired his ass right then and there. He would have got fired.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Oh, don't nobody block or delete or
You don't want him blocked?
no, no, not yet.
Unhidden.
Oh,
She's not hidden. She's unhidden. I just unhidden it. Well, okay. So he said you've interviewed black men before.
he could have
He
left
didn't
that out. What
say,
the fuck does that got to do with this case?
but that's
right
what he
here?
said. I thought he had said, "Did you know black? Do you know black men?" But he had said you've interviewed black men before. Is his question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's the relevance? And then he said
I
something
get.
about
Then he said,
He said because
yeah,
most black men are not cooperative.
cooperative. What he's saying is cooperative with police.
What is? I mean, I'm like, fine. Okay, let's listen.
He would have got fired because you know what?
Well, but
That was to me. I don't know if that was a racist remark, a prejudice remark. But why did you specifically have to say black men?
Because he's trying to say my client was not being very cooperative, but you've interviewed
I
black.
don't see it
You've
that way.
interviewed.
That bastard would've got
I
fucking
know, but
fired.
He racist. Damn it, he racist.
Thank
what
you,
I'm trying to say.
Trey. Thank you. I would have fired that motherfucker right on the spot.
Okay, now I have to get rid of her. Can I get rid of her now?
So can't handle the truth is the new Miss Lee's. Get support wherever you can, because baseball said his circle small. Keep talking, UP.
Okay. He's more racist than the truth.
Keep talking, UP, with your fat, funky, stanky, miserable, need a dick in your mouth, ass, nose, and ear for. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Okay.
Oh no, everybody is just doing retarded stuff. What is wrong with these people? Can we not just do it?
I mean, the verbiage that you see here.
Come on.
Is explaining exactly who that channel belongs to.
You stupid bitch. Why don't you take your dead ass back on live with your dead lives that ain't getting no views because people tired of that shit you talking over there. Stay the fuck about it, mama. Like, don't block her. Please don't block her. Let that bitch keep typing with her dumb ass.
No one's going over there because they understand that this is your channel. Christopher Wignall is your channel. Understand that. Your verbiage that you put up there. So Chit is the new Miss Liz. Get support wherever you can. And Batch Boy said his circle is small. Do you actually think Alex would speak like that?
Alex is not typing that shit.
You think Alex would speak like that? Alex is never speaking like that. You know why I know that? Alex Texas are more juvenile.
They really want to break us up, huh? The truth's bad. Fun, you an angry black woman. I don't want to talk to you no more. I'm out.
Listen,
Bye.
you know what? It must be so sad and depressing not to have a life.
Well, you can't be this stupid. You
Because
can't
if
be
you
this
can
stupid.
take the time to do this, I mean, it's really sad.
Hey, I just found out I can't even play golf without being stalked by my ex and critiqued. I can't even play golf.
Damn,
well, you do suck at it, sir. You do suck at golf. I just want to say that.
I do suck at it, but dang, I should be able to play it without my ex fucking with me. Why is she watching me play golf? That is some boring ass shit. You really have to be a fan to watch me play golf. I was shocked people was watching.
That's what I said. It's sad when you don't have a life.
Well, I mean, I gotta. Oh, are you? Oh, you're. Oh, you're. Oh, the house that Biscuit put up. The house that Biscuit put up. Well, I wouldn't bank on anything Biscuit finds. He's not too bright. He used to be a love toy in prison for other men, so I don't bank on what he says too much. You know, the love toy in the cell block.
The bitch cannot stand the fact that we are ignoring the fuck out of her.
Yeah, let's continue back with
It's
the
a method.
commentary. Fuck
It's
what
a
this bitch
method.
is
It's a
talking.
method to my madness. Okay. It's a method to my madness. All right. Now, continue on saying what y'all was saying about the commentary.
I was that I would have fired that motherfucker right on the spot with that comment.
Facts.
Well, but
Yeah.
he's trying to defend his client
I want to hear
because
from
he
Trey.
basically
I
is
like
saying,
what Trey had to say.
okay, but listen to what I'm saying. He's trying to defend his client for not marking on the Google Maps. So he's trying to say, well, you know, he wasn't very cooperative. You've interviewed
Okay, that's all
black
he had to
men
say. He didn't have
before.
to box and categorize a race.
He's trying to defend his client.
No, that was a fucking.
Got to do whatever he's got to do to defend his client, right?
That
So
was a racist remark.
because the witness stated that he was being very elusive.
No.
Okay, the witness stated that. The witness
He
said
could have
exactly
worded
that.
it different. He could have put it differently.
Yeah, he could have. He could. You're exactly right. He could have.
It was a racist remark.
He could have. It was a very racist remark.
Shit,
But
he would have got fired.
it came because of what the witness said. The witness said, well, he was being very elusive, like he didn't want to pinpoint. You know,
shit, that ain't got nothing to do with being black. That got something to do with being guilty.
Exactly. And he couldn't say that. he had to try to frame it as something else.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, I'm gonna try. Oh God, I got something to do, but I ain't saying it's getting good. It's just getting okay. So he's gonna be up here for maybe 20 more minutes. Let me see if we can get.
I'm surprised I didn't catch that the first time I heard this shit.
You know, we all missed something the first time we listened. That's why whenever you go back,
because I was like working, and sometimes I'll be driving and stuff. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it the first time.
No, I heard what he said the beginning of it. I didn't catch what he said after when he said, "Have you interviewed black African men before?" I didn't hear the after what he said after that. Yeah. That's why I asked Truth to kick it back about 10 seconds.
Depends on the individuals. Okay. Let me ask you this. As I understand your working theory of how this little girl met her demise, she was outside the Impala at the apartment at 3:30 p.m., give or take, right?
Yes.
And somehow she got in that Impala, right?
Yes.
And then Mr. Dinkins immediately goes to the quick shop, right?
Yes.
So you're telling me that Mr. Dinkins abducts this girl, drives immediately to a convenience store that has cameras, right?
I would argue he had her before that 3:33 a.m.
Okay. But we agree that she was, according to Andre Culberson, outside the car at 3:33.
Yes.
Okay. So we know she's alive at 3:33.
Yes.
At 3:38, they're together then at the quick shop?
Yes.
Do we know if she had been restrained in any way at 3:38?
We do not know that.
Do you know where she is in the car?
We do not know that.
But he tells you exactly where he goes, and that's the quick shop, right?
Yes.
And that's the truth, because you corroborate that, right?
That is correct.
So he tells you where he goes with the victim of this offense, and you can corroborate that by video evidence, right?
That is correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but everywhere you go these days, there's big signs that says video surveillance in use, right?
Seems like to me that a defense attorney is the way he's speaking is like, yeah, she was in the car with him, but she wasn't restrained or anything. So her being in the, let's just keep listening. I want to get through this. Let's keep listening.
Yes. And Mr. Dinkins is, I mean, from the theory I'm working with here with you, is a fairly smart man, right? To pull this off, he's got to be somewhat average intelligence. When you agree?
I don't know about that statement.
So it's your theory that he took this child who he abducted and right to a place where you could retrieve video surveillance, right?
Yes.
And then he drove from Quick Shop straight to the area of Kunau Implement where she met her demise.
Yes.
According to Google Maps, that takes about 30 to 35 minutes, right?
22 minutes.
22 minutes from
the Quick Shop to Kunau Implement.
Okay, I looked up on Google Maps and it said about 32 to 35 minutes.
The one I just looked at the other day said 22.
Okay. And then he was able to restrain somehow and kill this girl and shoot her 3 times, right?
Are we speculating that he had to hold her to do that?
Well, okay, he shot her 3 times.
Yes.
Okay. And then by 4:30 a.m., so using your time, he was there by 4 a.m., right?
That's correct.
Assuming he did everything according to plan, went straight there on the shortest route, pulled into that spot, got her out of the car voluntarily, walked her. She voluntarily walked, right? And stood over there and looked at him and didn't give him any grief. And he shot her 3 times front to back. And then he had to get out of there, get in his car and go to leave. And by 4:30 a.m., that's when he gets pulled out of the ditch, right?
Approximately, yes.
And that's your working theory?
Yes.
Okay. There was one detective who reported that she smelled bleach in the trunk of that Impala, right?
That is correct.
In the search warrant you wrote, you said detectives, plural, smelled bleach. Who's the other detectives?
That would be an error on that portion. I can't speak for certain on who typed that initial line in there. I'd have to look at the other detective that had it noted in his, and if his was signed prior to mine, I would have taken it from that affidavit.
But to your knowledge, only one detective who was in that trunk smelled bleach.
Yes.
And this is the pregnant Detective Tharp.
Yes.
And also in that trunk at that time was an evidence technician, right?
Yes.
Anybody talk to her about the overwhelming smell of bleach?
Not that I recall.
Was any type of fabric discoloration noted by anybody?
As far as the interior of the trunk?
Yes.
No.
Was any fabric discoloration noted on the interior of the car?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Your interview with Mr. Dinkins, Mr. Dinkins was cooperative and showed you his recent calls, right?
That is correct.
Now, he didn't want you to share his passcode with you, and that's not uncommon, is it?
No, there's people that will not provide passcodes.
Yeah, I mean, your phone's your most private possession, really, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So people don't necessarily want you to see everything that's on their phone. Sometimes we do things that are not the smartest or perhaps a little embarrassing on our phones, right?
Yes, that's a possibility.
You also said that something about Mr. Dinkins' breathing caused you to be suspicious. What was that?
I just noticed how heavy he was breathing during the interview with me.
You're not trained as a behavioral specialist, are you?
That's correct.
So you're not saying that Mr. Dinkins' heavy breathing indicated to you that he somehow committed this crime, are you?
I would add it as a part of my overall, my experience in the line of work and then everything else coupled with it.
Have you ever interviewed somebody that has asthma?
I may have, but I can't specifically recall.
Have you ever interviewed somebody who's obese?
I have interviewed elderly people, yes.
They breathe heavy, don't they?
This one was, I would say it was more labored than just an average, just breathing heavy. It was a little more, I'm losing the right words to describe it.
Well, he was anxious.
Right. I mean, yeah, I agree with that as well.
Would you also agree that the video of the interview is probably the best recollection, the best view of that for us to make our own determination?
As far as, I mean, I'm closer to him and I can see his heavier breathing more than the camera. I'd argue that.
Okay. In Credit Island information, we have no evidence that Breasia was ever harmed at Credit Island, right?
That is correct.
So the whole Credit Island issue is just kind of an albatross. It means nothing in this case, right?
I disagree with that.
Because DL told us that?
DL statements, yes, would draw for concern as to why someone would be wiping down a knife down there.
DL's comments that he was present for his sister's killing would also draw us pause for concern, right?
Yes.
But those have nothing to do with the case either, do they?
I wouldn't say it has nothing to do with the case. He's provided statements that's been corroborated and others that we can't corroborate one way or the other. So to completely disregard everything, I don't think would be responsible.
Well, you said the footprints couldn't be corroborated, and that's a problem, right?
We cannot compare those to what we think is the gold shoes that the defendant got rid of.
What we could do is we could measure those footprints and tell us what size the footprint is, right?
Yes.
What size is the footprint?
I do not know.
Wasn't measured, was it?
No.
Okay.
The cast impression, I mean, there's impressions of them that were, so like we would actually have a way to measure them if we needed to.
Right. And we could have measured them if they were size 8 and Henry were size 11. Analysis done, right?
That is fair.
That wasn't done here.
Not that I recall.
So it still remains suspicious because Mr. Dinkins didn't come to the police department and give you his gold shoes. That's his responsibility, is what you're saying, right?
I think it's something to consider, being that what he said he was out doing compared to what we know he was doing.
All right, so Mr. Dinkins needs to come forward with evidence to establish he didn't do something, is what you're saying.
To help his case, I would say I'd agree with that.
You agree with that?
That if he wants to not be looked at, if he didn't truly do something, he would not be changing articles of clothing and doing all these other things while a 10-year-old girl is missing.
Okay. Right, so as I gleaned from you, first of all, there was also some gorilla tape taken from some location. Recall that?
Are you talking about it being like with a t-shirt and that was in like the mass searches in Clinton?
No, I think from either the RV or the apartment.
That could be from one of the search warrants. I can't remember off the top of my head.
It was the RV they took the
But
gorilla.
no gorilla tape was found at the scene of Grazer Terrell's remains, right?
On the day that her remains were found, no, I did not believe there was any tape found near her.
No.
Hold up,
These videos
Truth.
you showed
Hold
in
up,
this
hold up,
Cunningham
hold
went
up,
through all these
hold
videos
up,
of
hold up.
cars going by.
So the reason he's stuck on this gorilla tape, you put gorilla tape on the handle of an item that you do not want to have your fingerprints placed on. Many criminals take gorilla tape or a cloth tape and wrap it around weapons pistols grips. That means that your fingerprint will not be on it. Then they remove the tape and dispose of it in another location. You get what I'm saying? The gorilla
Oh,
tape.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
The gorilla tape was a cloth tape. By putting it on the handle means there's no possible way his fingerprint will be on the handle of the machete.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying, did you find any gorilla tape? Well, he could have gotten rid of that gorilla tape anywhere he wanted to. He could have dropped it in any trash can from the hours that he was driving around. He could have disposed of that gorilla tape anywhere. And as far as his shoes go, they asked him, where are the gold shoes? And he probably didn't either answer them or, he wasn't going to give them to him.
Right.
They see the gold shoes, but now the gold shoes are gone. What did he expect them to think? They would have found it in the three places they searched, correct? The apartment with the woman, the RV, or the mother's apartment. The gold shoes were not at any of those three locations, which means he threw them away somewhere. Explain why.
Don't forget his sister's house too.
The sister and the mother lived together, right? Because they kept talking about Natty, whatever address. Well, they served a search warrant on her too. They got his mother. I believe his mother and his sister lived together. Because remember, they mentioned that later that day, both of them were at the casino. At the time that he went to, he was going to her house, they were not there. They were elsewhere.
Oh, I thought they lived in two different locations.
No, I think they lived together in that apartment complex, the sister and the mother. But they mentioned in testimony earlier that the mother and the sister's cell phones pinged at the casino, which to me is very strange because, isn't that your daughter? Didn't you consider her your daughter? So your mother and your sister didn't consider her your daughter? Wouldn't they be concerned?
He didn't consider her his daughter.
That's what he said.
I know that's what he said.
Yeah. So why wouldn't your mother be concerned about a child missing? Or you didn't tell
a child that was in your care.
The thing about it is did you tell your mother anything about this? See, those are questions that run through my mind. and the factor of why they took the gorilla tape as part of evidence is because of just that. Now the reason he would bleach the actual machete, he's going to bleach it and rub down that handle so that none of the glue is left on the handle from the gorilla tape.
All right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's not any of those where you can definitively say that's Mr. Dinkins' car.
We're talking about the nighttime ones.
Any of them.
I would argue the morning ones where we can make that's the Impala, and then you see him in the lot at 824 outside of that Impala. I'd argue around those that is Mr. Dinkins and that is the Impala.
Let's divorce out the 824 one at the motorhome. The other ones showing him just going by on the highway, mile marker 124, Posh Farms, and then you can't say definitively that that's Mr. Dinkins, first of all.
So we can say that's the Impala because of the sticker that we pointed out. And how else would he get to Clinton without? I mean, you would add that up to be able to say yes.
But you can't say that for a fact is that Impala. You don't see a license plate, for instance.
No, I do not see a license plate.
And the nighttime ones, you're seeing a lot of dark sedans, right?
Yes.
Size and shape of a Chevy Malibu, perhaps, right?
Potentially.
You said one light's brighter than the other, so tell me how the testing on Mr. Dinkins' Impala's headlights went when you did it.
I did not do that.
Right, no one did that, did they?
I don't not believe so.
Should Mr. Dinkins have told you about his headlights in order to prove that that was his car and he was driving too?
I did not have that information at the time, so I wouldn't have addressed him about that.
Okay. I want to talk about Detective Hammond's video footage. You recall that, right?
The one where we displayed it up here?
Right.
Yes.
Now, in that video footage, right next to Miss Langford are a number of other people, right?
That's correct.
Is that best practice for a detective to talk to an individual who's involved in a missing child investigation in front of other people?
That wasn't an interview, so we were simply just showing a picture. It was not like a full-fledged interview where we did do that separate of other people.
DL's right next to her, isn't he?
Yes.
Okay. Who said to her that we have the FBI down there? We have his mobile home. Was that you?
No.
Who else was there?
That was Detective Hammond.
So she said that?
Yes.
When she said we have his mobile home, make me understand that statement.
That, I mean, we did a search warrant that we had control of it and that we did a search warrant on it is what I'm guessing what she meant by that.
We have his mobile home means we have Henry Dinkins' mobile home, right?
Yes.
And that is the evening of July 10th, right?
That is correct.
Why would she just say that out of left field if you have any knowledge of that?
I can't speak on why she would provide that statement to her.
Then Aisha responds on that video, I can't even talk to him. Do you remember hearing that?
I do.
Do you know who she meant when she said him?
I'm going to assume she's talking about the defendant.
Why is this kind of colloquial conversation referring to his mobile home and him going on? I mean, it appears to me that the focus right now is on Henry Dinkins. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So by 9, 10 o'clock that evening, Henry Dinkins is the focus, correct?
He is a focus, yes.
Okay. And then Aisha says, I'm going to quote here for the record.
Your Honor, may we approach?
She's asking, so where is this going?
The last question I have on that issue is to quote Aisha Langford again. And tell me if you recall this, but she says, quote, what the fuck? She's dead.
She said she's 10.
Okay.
You
About
idiot.
9:30 that night of July 10th.
Yes.
All right. So I made kind of a list of things that you suspect or speculate that causes you red flags that point toward Henry Dinkins. One of them is the gold shoes, and we don't have those, right?
That's correct.
The fact that his phone keeps going off, is that right?
The lack of location data from his phone, yes.
Number 3, the fact that he didn't mark up the Google map.
That would be another thing, yes.
Number 4, the vagueness about his whereabouts.
Yes.
Number 5, that he possibly bathed or showered at some point and changed.
But we don't have that. That's correct.
Then you had a testimony that he glanced 7 times toward his vehicle while he paid for his gas.
That is correct.
And this 7 times was toward a vehicle that's never been tested for DNA, right?
That's correct.
There was also the suspicion that he said he only had a couple dollars on him, but can fill his tank with a $100 bill, right?
Took $35 to almost fill up his tank.
Okay. And then the changing into the large white T-shirt had something to do with it too, right?
That Briasia was changed into?
Yeah.
I mean, it's something that's covered by everyone, but that's what she was found when she recovered.
Something was made about the fact that her mom brought her pajamas, but she somehow was in a large white T-shirt. That really means nothing, does it?
I don't know why he would have her wear that shirt. I mean, I can't really speak to a lot of that. So
yeah, maybe a kid wanted to wear a large white T-shirt because Victoria DL did too, did he not?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, kids are funny that way sometimes. Would you not agree?
Yes.
So those are the lists that I compiled. Am I missing anything?
The Impala being stuck and subject coming forward, confident that that's the Impala that he unstuck the vehicle from. And then you didn't include also him buying the bleach in Clinton.
Okay. Okay. And that's it.
Well, and then so his unaccounted for time in those different videos that we talked about allowed for it to travel to be there, to be where it remains are.
Okay. You'd agree with me that none of those are an item of physical evidence that we can point to, right?
We call it circumstantial evidence.
That's all you have in this case is circumstantial evidence, right?
And the soil samples were described as inclusive in regards to some found under the Impala.
And we'll talk to that witness. And your testimony is today that the witness who pulled the individual out of the ditch out by Kuhnau Implement, first of all, did so on July 10, right?
That individual wasn't sure on the exact date, but with cell phone records puts them around that time, and that would be the only time that makes sense for us.
It makes sense for you.
It makes sense in revolves to the investigation.
Sure does. And that individual who will give his testimony later could not identify Mr. Dinkins, could he?
That is correct.
He couldn't pick him out of a lineup, could he?
That is correct.
Also told you he thought it was a colder time of year and it was October, right?
He said, I believe in that interview, he thought it was fall.
Okay. You're aware of the findings of the medical examiner, right?
The findings the medical examiner had,
right,
or in regards to
how Briasia died.
Gunshots.
No sharp force trauma.
Correct.
She wasn't hit with a bat to your knowledge.
No.
Wasn't stabbed with a knife to your knowledge.
No.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham, we are going to take our mid-afternoon break.
Okay, thank you.
I'll offer you a redirect.
Judge has to pee again.
Let me see how much time we got.
Yeah, Duchess is correct though. It's funny that a 4X white T-shirt, similar to the ones that Mr. Dinkins
Find other individuals in the apartment.
Go ahead.
So she brought up the T-shirt that was found at Credit Island. It's funny that a 4X T-shirt, just like the one that he gave to her to wear and the son to wear, and the T-shirts that he wears, is found in the vicinity of the remains. And they're like, well, is that dirty? It's because it wasn't on her when he dumped it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, it's like so all the T-shirts in the world and a 4X T-shirt shows up in the same place that her remains show up.
Mm-hmm.
In close proximity, because someone asked if she was in water. No, she wasn't. She was actually about 50 feet from the water's edge. Now, he says that the water goes up and down all the time, depending on rainfall or whatever, but it was 50 feet because there was rain earlier, so it was probably filled up more than it usually is. And he needed the machete to get into where she was and cut down things to place over her. So he may have pulled some stuff back and covered her, and that's the reason that they did not immediately see her. When they searched that area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little hazy on how you had that many people out there and no one thought to look in that
You
particular
gotta think
place.
it's a big wooded area. Two, it was July, full of foliage, everything.
Yeah,
I
and
think
he
it
did cover
happened
her.
before. They
Yeah,
search and don't find the person and search again, and that person is there. And two, she wouldn't have any clothes on her
that's what I believe. I believe that yeah,
because she was down to nothing. She
but a
was
T-shirt.
decomposed. No, she was
Well,
decomposed.
yeah. But they found that T-shirt there.
Yes.
Now
When I
I don't.
say she was decomposed, it was nothing but skeleton bones, and some of them were missing.
Yes, animals had
So
gotten to her.
how would they find her with any clothes on?
No,
That's why
no. What I'm saying, the T-shirt, I believe, was found earlier.
they
The
found her sports bra, her little bra, the shorts. You get what I'm saying? But they
Mhm.
weren't for
On
say
her,
attached.
yeah.
I'm sick of this lawyer. That statement he made just really pissed me off. I can't get that out of my mind. I didn't hear that the first time.
Apartment that she was missing.
No.
Okay. Does that seem odd to you?
Yes.
Okay. Under normal circumstances, if a child comes up missing from an apartment, what would any reasonable person do?
They would talk to the other people in the apartment to see if they knew anything, and then start going out by other nearby apartment complexes and knocking on doors and trying to get more information if they've seen that missing individual.
Okay. And just given the representations made by just Mr. Dinkins, did he give you a general idea of when he would have noticed that Briasia was missing?
No.
Okay. But at any rate, as far as his description of activities that night, would it be safe to assume that it was in the middle of the night when it's dark out?
Yes.
Okay. What would any reasonable person do if they come back to an apartment and in the middle of the night they find a 10-year-old child missing? Would they contact law enforcement?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dinkins ever contact law enforcement?
No.
And if she had been missing in the middle of the night, the first call that comes in is at what time?
Approximately 8:30 in the morning.
Who made that call?
Aisha Langford.
All right. Now, is Mr. Dinkins the father of Briasia Terrell?
No.
Was Mr. Dinkins actively involved in Briasia Terrell's life as a father figure?
No.
And so, therefore, if he comes back to the apartment, discovers she's not there, what would any reasonable person do as far as reaching out to the mother and notifying the mother right away?
You would imagine they'd contact them right away.
Okay. And then again, what was the first text that he sent to Aisha Langford? What time was that?
8:08 a.m.
All right. And then just based on the timeline provided by Andrea Culberson, what time does Andrea wake up?
3 a.m.
And at what time does she see Briasia standing by that maroon Chevy Impala?
3:30 a.m.
What side of the maroon Chevy Impala is that child standing?
Passenger side.
And being in the middle of the night, was there any indication that there were any other subjects out in that parking lot around Briasia?
None that was mentioned, no.
Okay, so just as a matter of reasonable deduction, with Mr. Dinkins going into the apartment and after digging through the closet and leaving, what would be the reasonable assumption about whether Briasia was in that vehicle or not?
That she left with the defendant is a reasonable, logical conclusion.
Okay, at any point in time, did Andrea or did DL describe Briasia coming into the apartment after she was observed by that maroon Chevy Impala at 3:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay, did they have any contact with Briasia at all after waking up and discovering that she was gone?
No.
So then from there, as far as the defendant's movements throughout the night of June 10th, after the midnight hour, and up to the point in time that he responded down to the Davenport Police Department, does his movements make any sense when he indicated that he'd been out looking for Briasia?
Not the ones that we have on video footage, no.
Okay. Through the course of any investigation that you conduct as a law enforcement officer, when you gathered together evidence, are you looking at a simple piece of evidence or do you look at the totality of the circumstances?
Totality of the circumstances.
And in this particular case, were you looking at the totality of the circumstances after all of the evidence was gathered and an analysis had been able to be done of all of that evidence?
Yes.
All right. Now, did this investigation conclude as of July 10th of 2020?
No.
Was this an ongoing investigation for several months?
Yes.
At what point was this investigation officially concluded?
In May, when the defendant was charged.
Okay. And when was Mr. Dinkins officially charged? What month and what month and what year?
May of 2021.
All right. So, being the last known individual to be seen with Briasia Terrell, does that certainly make him a subject of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Does it make him a suspect?
Yes.
And rightfully so.
Yes.
All right. But until her remains were recovered, and with the newscast, was there a third or a citizen witness who came forward that provided some very vital information that led to the arrest of Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
What is the name of that individual?
Jared Brink.
Have we heard any testimony about Jared Brink thus far?
No.
All right. Is that something that's going to be introduced later on in the trial?
Yes.
Okay. At any rate, are you aware of what evidence was gathered from Jared Brink?
Yes.
Okay. And then so based on his statements and the processing of his cell phone, was that the final piece of evidence that was collected, which then prompted the arrest of Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. Who is this? What did he have?
The man that passed away.
Oh wow.
It's the man that pulled him out of the ditch.
Okay. Okay. All right.
That's going to be very
Let's walk through this then.
interesting.
Counsel had asked you about various statements provided by DL, and there was an indication made that the child.
Say that again, Fawn.
I said that's going to be very interesting because they're going to play role.
They're gonna do what?
They're going to play role. And what I mean by that, they're going to have someone standing in as if they were that person and reading off his statement, saying word for word what the man said.
Yeah, he passed away prior to them setting a trial date.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they tried very hard not to allow his testimony.
Wow.
Child was all over the map. Was the child interviewed multiple times?
Yes.
Now, you talked about having talked with DL on June 10th. Was there a detective who did actually a more extensive interview of DL down at the Davenport Police Department after you spoke with that child?
Yes, on July 10th.
Who was that?
Detective Hammes.
What type of work does Detective Hammes do for the Detective Bureau?
She works in the Special Victims Unit.
And working within the Special Victims Unit, does she work particularly with children?
Yes.
Okay. Because of her work with children, was there a decision made to have her do an interview of DL?
I'd agree with that, yes.
And is she good as far as being able to work with children and do interviews of children?
Given that, and that she's a mother herself, so it makes it easier for her.
Certainly. Did her interview of DL then follow your interview?
Yes, it was after mine, yes.
All right. And then if you could place it. All right. You do the interview of Mr. Dinkins. Who do you interview next?
Aisha Langford.
Okay. And then from there, where do you go?
Interview DL.
Okay. And
I don't know if it's 20 minutes or an hour, but sometime after, there's a little break after I was done talking with DL.
all right. And then so is there additional information that's gathered during that interview?
Yes.
And then during the course of DL's interview with Detective Hammes, does he provide even more details of observations that he had made?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how old was DL?
At that time, he was 8.
When you talk with an 8-year-old child, does an 8-year-old child have any idea of what law enforcement does relative to the gathering of statements and information?
Sustained.
Certainly. Let me ask you this. As an 8-year-old, when you were 8 years old, did you have any perspective of what a law enforcement investigation would look like?
Objection, irrelevant and material.
Your Honor, I think it's very relevant. It goes to the age of this child, and just his ability to perform under these circumstances.
I'm going to sustain the objection and ask that you rephrase.
Certainly. All right. Have you worked with children in the course of your investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Have you also worked with adults during the course of your investigations?
Yes.
Have you noticed differences in children when you're conducting interviews of them as compared to adults?
Yes. Like it can go case by case or individual by individual, but for the most part, when gathering and watching interviews of children with the forensic interviewers, compared to the amount of detail and vivid that adults can do, I would argue that there's separate level of detail that can be added compared to a juvenile.
Okay. With a child, have you participated or been a witness to forensic interviews conducted of children?
Yes.
And just by way of example, a child of sex abuse, if a child's been sexually abused, are there specially trained interviewers who come in to do the interviews of those children?
That is correct.
What is the title that is given to those subjects?
They're forensic interviewers.
Do they receive specialized training on how to conduct interviews of children?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you ever gone through any type of specialized training in order to conduct a forensic interview of a child?
No.
Okay. Is this a specialty that you've developed thus far in your 7-year career?
I've not had that training to have that specialty, no.
Okay. Detective Hammes, does she tend to work with the types of cases where children are forensically interviewed?
She does.
And then so does she have a lot more experience in this field?
Being the amount of time she's been a detective compared to me, I would say yes.
Okay. During her interview, was information gathered about a knife or a machete that was wiped off?
Yes.
Okay. And during her interview of DL on that day, is that where then he described that knife being wiped off in the area that he showed you down by Credit Island?
Yes.
Of course, did that prompt the execution of the search warrant on the RV?
The second one, yes.
Okay. And why was a search warrant obtained for the RV?
To recover the machete that was located on top of the microwave.
Okay. And then what was noted about the condition of the machete when it was recovered from the top of the microwave in the RV?
There was pieces of fabric caught in the teeth of the machete.
All right. Now take that and couple it with Detective Tharp's observations when she met with civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster down in the Evans Bay of the Davenport Police Department where the Impala had been brought to. Detective Tharp's observations of the odor of bleach, was that corroborative of what the child had reported relative to what had happened when that knife was wiped down?
Yes,
And was that where Clorox was introduced into the equation?
I believe so.
Okay. So when we talk about the child being all over the place, was the child really all over the place, or did the child at various steps when interviews were conducted able to provide more detail about what had happened?
Objection leading.
It wasn't a leading question. The question was the child able to provide more detail?
Overruled.
As more interviews occurred with that individual, yes.
Okay. And then so each time the child was providing more information, was there independent evidence that was corroborating what the child had to say?
Yes.
Typically for an 8-year-old child, what would be the perspective of an adult when a child's providing information?
Objection is vague and
You know
ambiguous.
what, and I'll go ahead and I will rephrase this. Was it significant to you to have an 8-year-old child provide information and then there was independent evidence that would corroborate what that child would say?
I would argue that is important, yes.
Okay, now let's jump ahead. As of March 23rd, when Breasia's remains were recovered, were there projectiles found within those skeletal remains?
Yes.
When did you and Sergeant Pfeiffer go to visit with Aisha Langford to discuss that?
I believe that was in April.
Okay. In April, do you know if the state medical examiner's office had already authored their official report regarding cause of death?
Yes.
Okay. So after that report was authored and there was a determination made about cause of death, is that what prompted the visit with Aisha Langford?
Yes.
Where was Aisha Langford living during this time? Was she still in Davenport or was she living up in the Clinton area?
She was in Davenport.
Okay. And then was Aisha still living with her mother, Danita Gardner, or was she living somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Okay. When you went to her residence, walk us through that as far as who was home and the location of parties when conversations occurred.
Myself and Sergeant Pfeiffer were in the living room with Aisha. I believe I'd have to review the body cam footage. I thought there was another subject, like another adult subject there with her. And then DL was present as well, but then I was in a different room at the time of our discussion with Aisha.
Okay. What prompted DL to be in a different room when you had that discussion with Aisha?
Due to the nature of the information, we just thought it'd be appropriate to be separate from DL at the time.
So was the child then removed from the living room area?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if the child was in a position to overhear any of that conversation?
It's a possibility. I'm not for certain on that.
That's fine. At any rate, what were the circumstances of you or Sergeant Pfeiffer learning that DL had disclosed seeing Mr. Dinkins shoot Breasia?
I believe it was first relayed to Sergeant Pfeiffer.
Okay, all right. Now, let's go ahead and let's just leave that out there for the time being if we could, okay? Because then we're going to jump back into the timeline as far as sequence of events. Now, we're going to take that, we're going to set that aside. I want to go to a discussion about the shoes. What is our exhibit number for the shoes that you had seized from Mr. Dinkins on July 10th of 2020?
The exhibit number is 63.
Okay, Your Honor, may I publish this to the court so that the court can look at the bottom of these tennis shoes?
Take them out myself. Thank you.
All right. Detective Obert, have you had a chance to look at the soles of the tennis shoes that were collected from Mr. Dinkins on July 10th of 2020?
I was able to look at them today, yes.
Okay. Now, prior to your testimony, had you ever reviewed any of the photographs that civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster had taken out there at Credit Island?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, were you able to look at the the soles of the shoes that we have introduced and then compare it to photographs that she took?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
And then please let the record reflect that I'm showing counsel's remark with states exhibits 3-86 through 88. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I want you to look at states exhibit 386, 87, and 88. All right?
All right.
Okay. And then let's go to, I believe, states exhibit 3-104.
Okay.
Okay? All right. You feel comfortable with what you're seeing?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish these under the envelope?
You may.
Okay. All right. All right, what are we showing under the Elmo at this point in time?
The bottom of the defendant's shoes when he was at the police station.
All right, now going to State's Exhibit 3-86, I want you to look at this particular exhibit. Okay?
Okay.
Then we're going to go to 3-87 and then 3-88. All right? And now I'm going to take you back to State's Exhibit 63. Is there a significant difference between what we see on the sole of the
Foundation to this expert's expertise as an examination expert in footwear.
Your Honor, it doesn't require expertise in footwear. All you've got to do is look at it and look at the impression.
I'm going to allow the witness to answer if he can.
Okay.
Objection overruled.
The impressions in the mud is different than the impressions that would be left by the defendant's shoes of the ones he was wearing when he went to the police station.
Okay. Now, does the shoe that you collected from Mr. Jenkins give a size? I'm talking about a size for the United States.
Yes, size 11.
Size 11. Thank you. Taking you to 3-104. The civilian crime scene technicians, do they use rulers to take measurements?
It is common practice that they should be using rulers when they take photographs, yes.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that we're showing counsel that ruler. May I approach?
You may.
I want you to look at States Exhibit 3-104 up close. Okay. Does this photograph show the use of a ruler to measure that foot impression in the mud?
Sort of. It's a little bit offset, so it's not an exact measurement of it, but the ruler is there.
Okay. That ruler, is it in inches or millimeters?
It's in millimeters.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
All right. Now, let's pick up on what it is that you were saying. The ruler that was used for a measurement, does it start right at the back of the sole and go all the way to the tip of the toe?
No.
Is it offset just a little bit?
Yes.
In what respect?
The ruler starts slightly before the heel of the foot of the shoe.
All right. And then is there the ability just to type a Google search? Well, what's our total millimeters on this?
The ruler itself reads out to 300 millimeters.
Are you able to do a simple Google search and then translate 300 millimeters to 2 inches?
Yes, I imagine.
And would that be consistent with the size of the defendant's shoe in this particular case?
I would have to have that resource to be able to answer that question.
At any rate, would one be able to make that determination?
Yes.
I want to jump, if I could, to the maroon Chevy Impala for a moment. Detective Obert, were you involved in the execution of any search warrants for the maroon Chevy Impala?
I did not execute any of them. I just simply drafted one of the ones that was for the prints and the mud from the vehicle, but I was not present for it.
Of the upholstery within the maroon Chevy Impala at any point in time after it was seized in the course of this investigation?
Not in person, no, just through photographs that were taken of it.
All right. Were you aware that the FBI actually had cut out sections of fabric from the front passenger seat and also the rear passenger seat?
If that's reflected in a report.
Okay. And so therefore, to have like a direct personal knowledge of that, was that something that was really the focus of your aspect of the investigation?
It was not my focus, no.
Okay. In the course of this investigation, how extensive were the law enforcement resources?
I'd argue heavily extensive, being that we were working with DCI and FBI, then our own department, and also eventually with Clinton County Sheriff's Office.
And did each officer involved in this investigation have certain assigned responsibilities that they carried out?
Throughout, yes.
Okay. So other than drafting the search warrant for the maroon Chevy Impala, did you ever have any direct involvement with that?
No.
Your Honor, the state would like to have the record reflect that I'm showing counsel Mr. Marcus Group exhibits 12-1 through 12-32. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Counsel had asked you about whether or not there were any phone chargers in that vehicle. Looking at State's Exhibit 12-1, what do you see in that photograph?
Looks like there are a couple different phone chargers, as well as there's a Newport cigarette box inside of it, and then potentially some, looks like some sort of receipt for something.
Your Honor, may I publish this photograph?
You may.
To State's Exhibit 12-32. In this photograph, does it show any clippings of fabric that have been cut by the FBI out of the Impala?
It does.
Does it have a description of above each fabric clipping for the location where that was taken from?
Yes.
Okay. And what are those descriptions?
One says mid-rear, and then the back of seat and front of seat, along with front seat, then under back seat of padding.
Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
Okay. And then as you looked at that photograph, did you notice any type of staining on that fabric? And I'll show you the photograph up close.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like there might be some sort of stain.
Okay. Did you notice some type of staining on both of those fabrics?
Yes.
All right. Now, As a part of your training at the Davenport Police Department, have you been trained in DNA analysis?
No.
What working knowledge do you have of DNA?
That it's just distinct to each individual and that it can be collected from blood, semen, saliva, touch, things of that nature.
Certainly. But when it comes to evaluating items of evidence to determine whether or not they are to be processed for the presence of DNA, is that something that falls within your, I guess, decision-making process, or does someone else make that decision?
I talk about my experience when I do work my cases and I'm requesting stuff to be sent to the DCI crime lab. I ask what I need them to test, but that's not necessarily what they will exactly conduct, because I'll get reports back that's saying that not every stain was tested, or they conduct the tests that they think are appropriate.
Certainly. Do you know what factors play into their decision in selecting of items of evidence for testing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, do you know what factors play into their decision about selecting items of evidence to be tested for the presence of DNA?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know how items of evidence would even be examined to determine whether or not there might be some DNA? And let's take blood out of the equation, but let's say, for example, it might be semen, it might be saliva, or something of that nature. Do you even know how that process works, where they would examine items of evidence to see if it's appropriate for DNA testing?
No.
Okay. So as far as any of the questions related to DNA, are those questions that were more appropriate to Tiffany Smith, our FBI analyst who did the testing?
I'd agree with that.
Okay. All right. And did you just have a general working knowledge of what was occurring?
Yes.
But as far as the details, and what factored into their analysis, did you understand, or were you even a part of that?
I was not a part of that process.
Who handled the communications with the FBI laboratory in Quantico?
I believe that was Cameron Smith and McMillan.
Okay. And so therefore, were they the law enforcement contact that would have had conversations with the laboratory in Quantico?
Yes.
And any discussions about what would be appropriate for testing or not appropriate for testing, were those the individuals who were a part of that process?
That is correct.
Were you completely outside that process?
I was.
Do you understand the import of Clorox as it relates to DNA evidence?
Just a common sense understanding of it is that it can be used to destroy DNA.
All right. Now, the 2 bottles of Clorox that were purchased at Walmart, what were the size of those bottles?
81 ounces.
Okay. Were those ever recovered?
No.
I'm going to approach, please let the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8-25. Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8-25. And looking at that photograph, do you see the bedroom area of the RV?
Yes.
And next to the bed, do you see a cleaning product?
Yes.
What is that cleaning product?
It's a spray bottle. It says cleaner with bleach.
Your Honor, may I publish that?
You may.
Do you find it significant that Mr. Dinkins would travel to Clinton County to buy 2 bottles of Clorox in the early morning hours of June or July 10th?
Yes.
Do you also find it significant that in that RV, we have a cleaning solution that contains Clorox sitting next to the bed in that RV?
I'm going to object. That item in no way, shape, or fashion, or in this record, is said to contain Clorox.
Assisting.
I'm sorry, bleach.
That spray bottle does say that it has bleach. in it.
Okay, so then my same question to you. Clorox, is that a name brand?
It's a name.
Bleach?
It's a name brand for bleach. Yes.
Okay. Do you find it significant that we have a cleaning product that contains bleach next to the bed in the RV?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Yes. Do you find it significant that there is a bottle of cleaning product that contains bleach next to the bed in the RV?
Yes, for 2 reasons. One is that the defendant had this need to go get a cleaner, that he already had some sort of alternative cleaning thing with bleach, and then also to have it out and sitting next to furniture instead of where we usually keep our cleaning supplies, under a sink or in some sort of closet. That would be another thing that sticks out to me.
Okay. And as far as the search at the apartment complex, apartment number 8, was there a container of bleach that was recovered from that location?
There was.
So does it make any sense to travel to Clinton to buy 2 bottles of bleach?
No.
Okay. Now, let's talk about clothing. Mr. Dinkins, when he showed up at the Quick Shop, what clothing was he wearing?
The white tank top, the white/blue and pink shorts, and gold shoes and black do-rag.
If we go back to State's Exhibit 23, and let's talk about that. What time did Mr. Dinkins leave the Quick Shop?
3:38 a.m.
When you reviewed video surveillance footage going out north past mile marker 124 after that time frame, was there any video surveillance footage that showed a sedan passing that location based on what would be an appropriate time travel to get from the Quick Shop to that location?
Yes.
And what was that time?
3:45 a.m.
All right. And then so, assuming that that was that sedan that was traveling out of town, when do we next have that maroon Chevy Impala at a specific location in Davenport?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
When do we next have that Chevy Impala and Mr. Dinkins at a specific location in Davenport?
After coming back from Clinton?
Right.
At mile marker 124 at 7:52 a.m.
No, let me be more specific. All right. You talked about vehicle traffic that you were watching at mile marker 124 after 3:38 a.m. when the Impala left. And you talk about what we see on the highway there. But what time do we place Mr. Dinkins back at the apartment complex that morning? When did he come back to get DL?
We don't have the definitive time. We just have the time that he's leaving with DL, and that's 5:55 a.m.
5:55. So then sometime before 5:55, he's shown up back there.
Yes.
Between 3:38 a.m. and around the time frame of 5:55, can we account for any of his movements whatsoever?
We do not have that, no.
But what we do have, when he went to the quick shop, what did he purchase?
2 packs of cigarettes and $35 worth of gas along with a big lighter.
What is the capacity of the gas tank on a 2000 Chevy Impala?
17 gallons.
And so if an individual were to take a trip up to Clinton, come back, make a second trip up to Clinton to buy Clorox and come back and then go down around River Drive, would they use a significant portion of the gas in that gas tank?
I would say yes.
And then when that gas tank was dropped, how much gas was left in the tank, if you recall?
4 gallons.
4 gallons. Okay. When Mr. Dinkins, well, let me do this. During the interview of Andrea Culberson, and I don't know if this happened in your interview, did either Andrea or DL describe Mr. Dinkins having changed clothes?
Not in my interviews with them, no.
Okay, all right. So if they testified to that, or if Andrea Culberson testified to that, that wasn't something that you were aware of. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Was Andrea Culberson interviewed that afternoon at the Davenport Police Department?
She was.
And did she come back for follow-up interviews?
Yes.
All right. So when he gets up to the Walmart at 7 a.m., what clothing has changed?
Shirt and shorts.
Is that the shirt and shorts that we see introduced in States Exhibits 64 and 65?
Yes.
Okay. Did he still have those gold shoes on?
Yes.
Does it make any sense to change your clothes between 3:38 a.m. and, well, at 5 a.m. he shows up at the apartment? Does Andrea describe him changing any clothes there?
Objection compound.
When he showed up at the,
Sustained.
okay, when Mr. Dinkins showed up at the apartment around 5:55 a.m., did Andrea Culberson describe him changing clothes there at that apartment?
In my interview with her, she does not talk about that.
All right. So does it make any sense for him to change his clothes before he goes to the Walmart where he purchases Clorox?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Can you come up with any reason why someone would change their clothes between 3:38 and 7 o'clock when we see him there at the Walmart?
Objection calls for speculation.
Your Honor, it does not call for speculation. This officer is testifying to the investigation and the things in the investigation that were important to him.
I'm going to sustain the objection. You may rephrase.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was it significant to you that Mr. Dinkins had changed his shorts and his top when you saw him in that video from Walmart?
In that video, along with the interview I had with him, there was no discussion on that. It was that he simply left and was out looking, and there was no mentioning of changing of clothing.
Okay. So throughout the time that he's describing his activities, he's simply saying he's out looking for Briasia.
That's correct.
All right. Does he still have those gold shoes on? In the Walmart video?
In the Walmart video, yes.
Okay. Counsel had asked you some question about Mr. Dinkins having gone back to the apartment and having changed shoes there. You had indicated that you had knowledge about other locations where he had clothing. What other locations did he have clothing?
His sister Needham McCoy's residence at 1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4.
Was there a search warrant executed at that location?
There was.
And then were there clothing items that were found that were identified as belonging to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes, those were in the basement of the residence.
Okay. Did that include shoes?
I believe there was shoes down there.
Okay. And through the cell phone, well, I should say through the analysis of his cell phone records, does that place his cell phone in the area of her residence during the morning hours of July 10th?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the RV, was there clothing recovered at the RV as well?
I was not down there for that.
Okay. If there are photographs that show clothing, would you simply refer us to those photographs?
Yes.
And any type of shoes that may have been found?
Yes.
So counsel's asking you about best practices relative to DNA testing. And you've offered some opinions, but really, as far as best practice is concerned, it doesn't, the decision as to what to test really relies in the area of the experts who are trained in this field.
The ones conducting the testing make their inputs. As I mentioned before, there are times where I'll submit to the DCI crime lab and then they put in the report, not every stain or not everything on there was necessarily tested.
Okay. Staying with that subject matter, counsel discussed with you, well, shouldn't you process the apartment for DNA? Was Briasia known to be in that apartment?
Yes.
Did she take a bath in that apartment?
That was what was gathered through statements, yes.
Did she have clothing in that apartment that was sent back with Andrea? Not Andrea, Aisha, her mother.
Yes.
Was she in the bedroom?
Yes.
Was she sleeping in that bedroom?
Yes.
Was she playing in that bedroom?
Yes.
Did she eat in that apartment?
Yes.
And presumably if the child would have been in the living room kitchen area if she's eating, would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
So then trying to establish the presence of her DNA in that apartment, what's that get us if we know that she's there?
Nothing.
Let's talk about the issue of theories relative to where she was killed. Counsel asked you if the theory was that Breasia was killed in Clinton. Do you recall that line of questions?
Yes.
All right. Now, when we stop and we consider the movements of Mr. Dinkins throughout the morning of July 10th, and that would be after the midnight hour, and then once he left the apartment at 5:55 a.m., having picked up Detorius, when he picked up Detorius, does the evidence suggest that Breasia is already dead at that point in time?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
And I'll rephrase the question. Just based on all of the evidence, do you have any reason to believe that Breasia was still alive when Henry Dinkins picked DL up?
Objection, once again, calls for speculation.
And this is this.
I'm going to overrule that objection and allow the witness to answer if he does have the answer.
Based on the investigation, I believe Breasia Torrell was already deceased at that point.
Okay. Was there a lot of activity down in the area of the RV between 2 and 3 in the morning?
There was.
Did that include activity going down to Credit Island?
Yes.
Did that evidence reflect Mr. Dinkins coming into that apartment at 3:30 a.m. in the morning and getting something from his closet?
From that last point in time at 2:53 a.m. of that vehicle leaving the Credit Island, that would also be possible that the defendant then would be up at the apartment by 3:30.
Okay. And then did Andrea describe him coming in at 3:30, going to the closet, retrieving an item?
Yes.
Did she have any idea what that item was based on the interview?
No.
All right. Why was that?
Because she didn't see, it was concealed somewhere on his person. That's why she didn't see it.
But Breasia's still alive at that point in time?
Yes.
All right. And then so from there then, if an item is being seized from that closet, Breasia, we know one of the mechanisms of her death was what?
She was shot 3 times.
All right. If an individual is going to perform an act of murder, does that require premeditation?
Objection, that calls for legal conclusion.
Your Honor, I think it's very relevant to the line of questioning, particularly since counsel's asked questions that really go to the issue of jurisdiction.
One moment. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Okay. Does the act of murder involve premeditation, depending upon what's charged?
Yes.
All right. And then additionally, if that child was taken outside of her will, is that child from Clinton?
No.
Was that child removed from the apartment?
Yes.
And so then if that child is taken from that apartment without the consent of her mother or even that child, is that an act of kidnapping?
Yes.
Objection, calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained.
All right. At any rate, Breasia, do we know definitively? Was Breasia removed from the apartment?
I'd like to rule.
Sustained.
Okay, all right. What was the last known location that Breasia was seen?
At the apartment complex.
Okay. And at the time that she was seen, did Mr. Dinkins describe having any conversations with Andrea about Breasia and why she wasn't in the apartment?
No.
Did Mr. Dinkins discuss with you reaching out to Aisha Langford and having any discussions with her about Breasia being outside that apartment at 3:30 a.m. in the morning?
No.
Counsel asked you if there was any indication of sharp force trauma to Breasia. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Okay. And then you were asked about the cause of death for Breasia.
That's correct.
When Breasia, when her skeletal remains were recovered,
That was around her legs and then also elbow,
okay,
arm area.
given that her body was found 6 months later, and we're talking about skeletal remains, is there any way to determine whether or not she had died of sharp force trauma?
Objection, this witness has no knowledge and lacks foundation.
Your Honor, it's just a matter of common sense.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Certainly. Was there any tissue that you could see on her body, on her skeletal remains, other than what you described?
I would say majority of her skin and tissue and things like that were completely decomposed.
All right. Do you know how many times she was shot?
Shot 3 times because of the 3 rounds that were recovered. And then the doctor and the anthropologist that conducted the autopsy were able to locate points of entry or the trauma from those rounds.
All right. We'll get testimony from those individuals, but let me ask you what your understanding was. What would have been the locations?
The jaw.
Where did that bullet travel to, as you understood it?
Left mandible.
Okay, and then where did it travel to upon entry?
All I know is that it at one point hits the jaw. I can't speak to
That's all right.
where the entry is.
All right, and then the second location?
Would have been the scapula.
All right. Have you been involved in a number of investigations where individuals are shot?
Yes.
Okay. And in the investigations that you've been involved in, how common is it for the bullet to remain within the body without traveling outside the body?
My experience, I know that sometimes they'll remain within the body and sometimes they're through and through. It all just depends on what things are hit within the body by the round.
All right. So that being said, when you were talking about the recovery of projectiles, were those projectiles located within the area of the skeletal remains?
Yes,
But at the time, of course, that the body was found, was that tissue, human tissue, gone except for the two areas that you described?
that's correct.
Let's speak to the topic of the clothing being worn by Aisha. If Aisha had sent pajamas for the children to wear, if a mother is selecting clothing items, is she going to be able to identify what those items are if a body is recovered?
Yes.
Okay. But if a child is dressed in something significantly different that the mother is not familiar with, is it going to be more difficult to determine without some type of medical examination of the body and going through the DNA process who these skeletal remains belong to?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, counsel had asked you about just the various video recordings that we observed, and he said that there was nothing that would tie Mr. Dinkins to the Impala. Did the Impala have specific characteristics that were used to identify that vehicle?
Yes.
What were those characteristics again?
The white sticker on the trunk of the vehicle on the passenger side, and then there was also a sticker in the windshield that's on the driver's side, and then the dark window tint on the vehicle as well.
Okay. Who was known to be associated with that vehicle as of 3:30 a.m. in the morning?
The defendant.
Okay. Was he seen driving that vehicle
Yes.
and captured on video surveillance?
Yes.
Where was that at?
At the quick shop.
Okay. When he returned to the apartment complex to pick up DL, what vehicle was he traveling in?
The Impala.
What vehicle was he documented being associated with when he arrived at the Walmart in Clinton?
The Impala.
And then when we go down to the activity that morning along South River Drive, was he actually captured by that vehicle?
Yes.
And where was that at?
In the lot of 743 Schmidt Road, captured from Devon self-storage video.
Okay. So if you follow the chain of evidence and look at those specific videos, do those all tie Mr. Dinkins to that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes.
Let's talk about this. If Mr. Dinkins was out looking for Briasia, how difficult would it be for a child of 10 to walk from the Jersey Meadow Apartments on 53rd all the way to the southwestern end of town where his RV and Credit Island is located?
For a 10-year-old, I would say that's fairly difficult, and also be pretty positive that someone would have called it in or we would have had video footage of her walking.
Okay. With Mr. Dinkins having been up in the Clinton area, how much sense does it make for him to be up in Clinton if he's out looking for this child?
None.
Okay. If the child has walked away from the apartment complex, how much sense does it make for the child to walk to his sister's residence?
None.
Or to even a subject by the name of Genesis Johnson?
None.
And does this child have any connection to Nita McQuay or Genesis Johnson?
No.
Now, when Mr. Dinkins was at the quick shop, counsel had asked you if we had any evidence, law enforcement had any evidence that the child was in the vehicle at that time. Given the dark tint of the windows, are you able to discern who would be in that vehicle?
No.
Does Mr. Dinkins' behavior there at the quick shop, though, become very concerning when he's standing in and making that purchase?
Like mentioned before, the glances out towards the vehicle is what is of note.
Counsel also asked you, does it make any sense that Mr. Dinkins would go to a location where there are cameras if the child was in the vehicle? Again, my question to you is this: can we see in the vehicle?
No.
When we talk about a 10-year-old child relative to adult, just the dynamic of that. Do children tend to be, well, Briasia, how was she described as a child?
Both by the defendant and Aisha, that she was a really good kid.
Okay. Was she described as being a rule follower, somebody that would listen to what adults have to say?
I would go that in line with being a good kid, yes.
And if you're pulling up to a business, even if you know that there's video surveillance footage, but you've got dark tinted windows and you don't have the ability to see in those windows, do you think that that would present the concern as compared to a circumstance where there is no tint to a window?
Objection calls for speculation. Sustained.
If there were no tint in the window, would we have been in a position then to be able to see who was in the vehicle?
Objection calls for speculation.
Your Honor, it does not.
You could, there's the potential you could be able to see in the vehicle. All depends on the quality of the video cameras of the business and what time of day.
And in your discussions with Mr. Dinkins, when he talked about going to the quick shop, was he ever willing to give you a time that he'd gone to that establishment?
No.
Do you find it interesting that he purchased a full gallon or a full tank of gas at that point in time?
After the fact, knowing what I know, it is not surprising, being that he needed to drive out to Clinton and back, and all those different other travels that we have on video camera.
Okay. As far as the ammunition that was found within the gun recovered from the pond, was that 9mm ammunition?
From the revolver?
Yeah.
No.
What was it?
38. caliber.
And taking that a step further, were the bullets in pretty bad shape?
The ones found in Breach's remains?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Were they sent off to a laboratory with the gun to be analyzed?
Yes, DCI crime lab.
Will there be a criminalist who will come in and testify as to his findings relative to those bullets and whether they could have potentially been shot from this gun?
That's correct.
And were there empty casings inside the cylinder of that gun?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the trace history of this firearm. Was there a trace history conducted?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you'd mentioned Iowa City. Let me ask you this. Had there been a pretty major flood in the Cedar Rapids area just a few years ago?
I do not recall. I can't speak on that.
All right. At any rate, were you the detective who would have handled anything related to that trace history and records or the lack of records that were able to be obtained, and why?
I was not in charge of that, no.
Okay. Did Sergeant Pfeiffer receive those records and review those records?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, though, relative to firearms, have you been involved in the seizure of a number of firearms over the course of your 7-year career as an officer?
Yes.
Is it common or uncommon not to be able to trace the history of a firearm?
It's all case by case.
Okay. In the course of your investigations, do you come across firearms that were purchased by an individual who has no association with any involved people in the course of an investigation that you conduct?
That happens, yes.
Okay. Are firearms stolen?
Yes.
All right. Are firearms stolen, traded back and forth with individuals?
Yes.
And so if you can't find any trace history relative to a firearm, is that something that would be surprising, or is that consistent with investigations that you've conducted in the past?
It is common that a lot of these firearms in our cases in Davenport are stolen.
Okay. When the gun was recovered, was it completely submerged within the pond?
It was.
Okay. And so then therefore counsel had asked you if there was any trace evidence on that gun. Do you know whether or not there was any trace evidence?
I do not.
But with it being in a body of water for a significant period of time, is that a factor that has to be considered?
I would imagine that's what the people that would test for that firearm would testify to.
Once Briage's remains were recovered, was her little articles of clothing sent into the DCI laboratory for testing?
They were.
And what was the nature of the requests that were made?
I would have to look at the report to see how it was indicated, because I was not the one that submitted the request.
And that's okay. And I didn't know if you had or not. Also, the topic of how many videos had been seized in the course of this investigation. How many videos did you say had been seized in the course of this investigation?
Approximately 125 to 150.
Okay. Just so that we understand, when we talk about 125 to 150 videos, as far as the number of videos that were relevant, was it a small number in comparison to the total seizures that were made?
That's correct.
Okay. But at any rate, let's talk about Davenport, the city itself. What are our major east-west streets, starting from the north side of Davenport and going all the way down to River Drive?
Major ones would be 53rd Street, Veterans Memorial, Kimberly Road, Locust, your 3rd and 4th Street, and then River Drive, and Rockingham as well.
Okay. And is 2nd Street, does it run into Rockingham?
With
Yes.
a crayon? Is he writing with a crayon? My God, today. About 3 more minutes, y'all.
Now let's talk about our major north-south streets in Davenport.
Major north-south would be Brady, Welcome Way, Division, Jersey Ridge Road, Elmore Avenue would be another one as well.
Okay. And are those, I guess, a pretty representative example of our major thoroughfares?
Yes.
Okay. Now, recognizing that you have had the benefit of there being video surveillance review conducted of all of the footage seized, when officers first went out and canvassed, were they canvassing all of these major areas, whether or not there was any indication that the vehicle had traveled through those areas?
Yeah, so it was kind of a broad. The initial was strictly around the apartment complex to try to narrow down Breach Terrell leaving that area. And then as information developed, we got wider and wider with our canvas.
Okay. At some point in time, did law enforcement become aware of the RV down there on the south side of town?
Yes.
And so then did law enforcement consider possible routes of travel that Mr. Dinkins could have taken if he left the apartment complex and gone to the southwest areas of town?
Yes.
So just by way of simple example, Division Street. Did officers look for video surveillance along Division Street?
Yes.
Was there any indication that his vehicle had traveled along Division Street?
Do not have that.
But did you still take that approach to either determine whether or not there was evidence or it was ruled out?
That is correct.
Okay. And so even though you collected between 125 and 150 videos, was that just because you were throwing everything at the wall and seeing if you could come up with anything?
That is correct.
When you did the review of Mr. Dinkin's cell phone records and you talked about the times that it was powered on at 9:11 and then I think again at 11.
8, are we talking the 808, 941, and 1111?
Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right. Cell phone records, if you look at them, what will they tell you specifically?
Cell phone records or the phone download?
Okay, thank you. The cell phone download.
Phone download. I mean, there's a lot of information that gets pulled from there. So, I mean, it includes the content of the phone, different activities such as powering on. I don't know if there's something in particular that you.
It's the powering on. Does that cell phone download show times the phone was powered on?
Yes.
Okay. When he was in the Impala.
That is correct.
Okay. Did DL describe placing the battery in the phone once his father went into the Walmart?
That is correct.
Did DL describe pulling that battery out so he wouldn't get in trouble with his father when he came out of Walmart?
That is correct.
And then so given that circumstance and what you saw about the timeframes where the phone was powered on, would that be consistent with somebody pulling a battery from a cell phone so that it wouldn't hit on cell phone towers?
Potentially, yes.
The state has no further questions.
Mr. Freeze,
It's fine.
I have individuals that have obligations.
I think it might take a little bit too.
This afternoon, I mean, right after work, and there's just no way to rearrange those. And so we will adjourn for the day. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, y'all, we got through day 8. That was day 8. We got through it. All right, so anybody, Fawn, D-Truth, Trey, anybody want to say anything before we get off?
It's getting good. Tomorrow's
Yeah,
gonna be
it's
good.
getting good. I was sitting there thinking to myself, damn, it's like watching TV. Just sitting up here and watching it. But yeah,
It's gonna be very interesting, very good tomorrow.
oh, great.
That's gonna be what, day 9?
Yeah, day 9.
Okay.
Yeah, day 9. Yes. All right, y'all. So listen, I appreciate everybody that joined us live today. Hey, Greg in the bushes. I appreciate.
He racist.
Shut up, Trey. Just. Oh God. I appreciate everyone that joins and support these lives. I honestly do. Thank you so much to Fawn Berry, D-Truth, and Trey for getting up on the panel. Thank y'all so much.
Did you eat some bull nuts today?
It's 14 days altogether, Brooks. And the last couple of days are pretty much closing out.
So yeah, I'm gonna try my best, but tomorrow is Thursday, which is the 14th. The decision is supposed to be made on Friday. I mean, the verdict is supposed to come down on Friday, so I'm pretty sure we probably won't get through everything before then, but at least we'll get through most of it. And I'll do as many hours as I can tomorrow to try to, get caught up. But we're probably gonna have a verdict before we finish. But I still will finish listening to the trial.
Does anyone in the chat believe he's not guilty?
Yeah, that's a good poll.
I like to see who thinks he's not guilty.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Trey.
Thank you, Greg, for the support, sweetie. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, boo.
Or you know what you could do? I don't know, because people want to hear to the end. But do the last 2 days, because she sums it up step by step in her closing arguments.
Oh no. Now you the one that told me that I need to start seeing these things out. Now you want me to skip to closing arguments? Huh? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying because you said you're not
Why
gonna...
is your text message alert so loud?
I don't know, but I got a new phone, and I usually put my phone on Do Not Disturb, right?
You trying to wake the dead.
But with my other phone, if
you
I
have
put
an Android or do you have an iPhone? Sounds
no,
like
I don't do iPhones,
Android.
ma'am. I don't do iPhones.
It sounds like an Android.
My last phone, if I put it on Do Not Disturb, my stuff will still come through. You just won't hear it. Like it doesn't do a notification. But with this phone, if I put it on Do Not Disturb, I don't even see if someone is calling me or texting me or anything. And so I be missing calls and stuff like that. So I just don't put it on. I could cut it down, I guess. But Trey, this is my damn phone and my damn phone.
I was great.
I don't even know why I'm explaining myself to you.
Yeah, because we heard gling, 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 gling. That's how loud it be.
Shut up, Trey. Just you know what,
What's all the hostility?
Trey is Trey all the time. He start shit in the workplace every day. He that messy
Like,
coworker.
it's fun up here trying to turn her into an angry black woman, riling her up. I just asked why her shit so loud.
No, I just asked True. Hell, who pays the phone bill?
Tony.
See, that's you trying to rile her up. You know her shit loud.
No, in other words, I was telling her she need not to explain a damn thing to you.
But ain't her phone loud though?
I don't really pay it no mind.
Thank you. Thank you after so many times.
I don't hear you ain't got no choice but to hear it. It just said, Dingley Watson finna text her. Watch it. Listen to it.
Let me block you right quick.
Please do.
I'm just gonna block.
Please.
Equals, I don't give a damn if it's loud. It's mine. And this is my life. Damn it, man.
Well, at least she doesn't have one of those obnoxious ringers. She turned it down, Trey.
Stop texting me, Trey. Stop it. Stop it.
Well, all you Android.
Did y'all hear that shit? She gonna cut it down so we couldn't hear how loud it was at first.
I cut it down when I said, well,
that is decent.
Let me get off of here before I be done. You know what? Thank y'all for joining. Thank you, chat. Thank y'all.
Calm down, Truth. Calm down.
I appreciate it. Tomorrow it'll just be me and Fawn, so we don't have to worry about all these other issues on the panel. People are going to be suspended until further.
The Truth, you gonna let her talk about you like that?
I've already got one strike against me.
Nah.
Two suspensions, I may be fired.
You damn right. Oh, fun. Y'all had made.
No,
not two of you.
Oh man, that might be that's not true fun. Oh,
Man,
okay.
Now she gone.
Girl, I thought that was, we've been fucking with today. I thought that was a troll, girl.
Child, no. Ain't better not nobody troll my ass shit.
I know that's right. No, don't block it, E Brooks. Don't block it. We're gonna get out.
Block that motherfucker. He's annoying, or he, she, whatever the hell.
Y'all gotta just.
That was probably the stupidest move she's ever made.
Ever.
We could tell by the verbiage that it wasn't Alec.
Ever. That's what I'm saying. That's the old people ring. It's super loud. Girl, that ain't even no ring. See, now I'm finna go. Now Melissa coming from my damn notification.
Well, that's an old people ring.
It's not a ring for
old
one.
People ring this is what annoys me. When I'm out and I hear somebody's cell phone ring and it sounds like a damn house phone.
Yep, that's an old people
now
ring.
That's an old person.
Sounds like and it don't sound.
I said it's not obnoxious.
The ones phone.
I would expect your ringtone to be like from the window to the wall, something like that.
See, that's why y'all ain't listening. That's not my ringtone. That's
for alert phone. I mean, to alert.
That's a notification. That is not a ringtone.
Oh, so you do have from the window to the wall?
Don't worry about what my ringtone is. Don't even worry about it. Oh, Trey gonna try to call. Hold on, let me put it.
Yeah, you better cut it off because I know it's from window to the wall.
Trey gonna try to call to see. I put it on Do Not Disturb. Ain't shit coming through now.
Her ringtone is all I need is 2 cigars.
Oh my God! Shut up, Trey. I'm so sick of hearing that damn song.
Me too, fun. Me too.
Oh my God!
I gotta go. I gotta. I think I'm finna cook some chicken wings and French fries, and I can't wait. I'm hungry. I ain't ate all day. But anywho, I love y'all. I'll be back later. D Truth, you still don't know when you're going live again?
No, I just got the go ahead for something.
Okay.
From someone that you also probably got an email from.
Yeah.
So I just got the go ahead from them to do what I got to do.
Yep.
So I'm putting that together.
Okay, great. Let me know when we could look forward to that live. That's gonna
All
be a
right, all right.
That's gonna be a good one. Okay, and we all know Trey will be on at 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, something like that. But anywho, I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Thank y'all for
Don't make fun of my numbers.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not
Well,
gonna make
you
fun of
know,
it.
Trey says he'd be on at 10. He usually is on at 10. Some people say they're gonna be on at 8,
You know what?
8:30,
That's it. That's it.
and then 11.
That's it.
I beat her to her
Don't
own
worry
laugh
about
this
it,
morning,
True.
True. I was backstage waiting. I was locked out.
And then I looked, it said 10. Then I looked again. 5 minutes later, it said 10:30. Okay.
See,
I get it. We understand. You on
I'm
CP time.
I'm on my time. I'm on. I don't sit.
It's
That's what
just like
it
a
is.
black business owner talking about they open when they want to. Niggas.
Pretty much. Pretty
Yeah.
much.
But I'm a very punctual person, and
Well, I mean, you know what, Fawn? I don't know what to tell you, sweetie.
no,
I
I
mean,
was
I've
just
been
saying
doing
I
this for
am.
years. I've been
But
late for years.
Don't get no attitude with fun.
I ain't got no attitude with fun. You want me to have one with fun. That's what you tried to start, but I'm not.
and my kids used to make fun of me when we used to go to the movies. I get there in time for us to
The
buy our
credits.
popcorn and everything.
Yeah,
I
there's
want to see
the
all the
lights are on.
commercials. The lights are on. I can see where I can sit.
Wow.
Yeah, and I see all the commercials in the
Well, I'm the
upcoming movie.
exact opposite.
And then Fawn waits for the lights to come back on before she leaves.
I'm very punctual. If you tell me it's at starts at 6, I'll probably be there 10, 15 minutes early.
I- If
And
if
your
if
point and
if
your
it
point
starts at
is fun.
6,
And your point is fun. What's your point?
if it starts at 6 and you're not there by 5:45, you're late.
No, because if you on time, you late.
Exactly.
So I'm very yes.
Y'all through? Are y'all finished? Are you done?
Just don't ever say you gonna pick me up and we gonna ride together. Don't do
Don't
that.
worry about it. After the day, I won't ever say that.
I'll pick you up, okay?
And you're gonna be
And,
sick
and
because
stop
I'm
and
probably
stop.
gonna be running late.
Yeah, stop saying
I
you
have
go.
3 times. The third time, if you don't come out, vroom,
I
you
don't
get a
blame you because
letter.
I'm the same way, especially if I'm picking somebody up. I don't blame you. But
Hmm.
like I said, I have good intentions when I schedule my stuff. But if I am not finished doing what I need to do, and a lot of times, you know what behooves me? A couple of people up on here in this panel, actually, all three people up here on this panel have called me like literally minutes before going live, which at some point in time made me late.
Oh, excuse. Oh,
Hello,
I
hold
don't
up.
remember any.
hello,
I don't remember any of that.
No,
hello.
no, that is not true.
Shit.
I need to see the proof on that.
I do too, cause I
I
call hell.
got a call log.
You
I
don't
got a
never
call log.
listen.
I
You
got
don't
a
never
receipt.
answer my calls. So
That's a lie, fun. That's a lie.
I usually got to call 3, 4, 5 times.
Why are you sitting up here lying? Y'all
I'm
is
just saying.
oh. Now, why would you have to call back to back when every time you call me, you text me first? It says it's a good time to call, and I say yeah, and you call and I answer the phone.
And I still don't get an answer. I say it's a good time to call, and you say yeah, and I still got to call like twice.
You a lie.
Listen, true. 2024, we gonna bring in the year. We gonna try our best to be punctual. When you set a live for 8 o'clock, damn them, you playing your music 2 minutes before 8.
No,
See, now you're not gonna put.
well,
You're not
no,
gonna
well,
put.
let's not get outrageous. You can start your music at 8 a.m. and then play for a couple minutes. But you got people waking up early and shit, or trying to finish up work early so they can
Stop
get over
lying,
here,
because people
and
know
then
my
you look
routine
up.
at this point.
Yeah,
People
you
have
look.
told me they know I'm gonna play when I do my tea channel. They know I'm gonna play music.
Spark the Grill, that is so true. You are
What
absolutely
the hell is this?
telling the
Rag on
truth.
Tuesday? Is that what this is? What the hell is going on?
And she's swimming underwater. Oh, okay. But
What? Okay, I'm finna go. I'll
so
see y'all later. I don't even want to
but
talk
my
no more.
thing is, at 7:45 I look, and it says 8 a.m. And then I start coming in around 7:55, and I look up and it says 8:30.
Okay,
That
and Liz,
means
can you do me a favor? Listen,
if I got a ride scheduled for 8 and at 7:55 I'm changing it to 8:30, that means somebody has called me.
Oh,
okay.
And I
okay.
got a
All right.
call
Can
right
I
before I
ask
was finna
something
go
Then
true?
live.
Because you're not gonna change. Okay, listen. Can you at least give us Mons the key to the door? Because it's about to get cold outside, and we don't want to be standing outside.
and then
So
the
if you could give
bathroom.
us a key,
Yeah,
we
you
can
know,
let folk in, and we'll just wait and talk amongst ourselves.
I guess I could do that. Cause
and then we have access to a bathroom. We don't have to sit outside and poop in the parking lot like Paula Banks.
Right. So it's great to get cold outside. So, summertime it was cool, you know what I'm saying? But it's great to get cold. So
Thank you
if
for
you
that time, Reggie. Is that Eastern or Central? Cause I want to be live when the verdict comes down. I want us to watch it together. Is that 9:05 Central or Eastern,
I
Reggie?
bet you it's Eastern.
It's probably Eastern, yeah.
Well, but the thing is, I go and then I check
Oh,
at
is it
8.
Central?
Oh, Central Time. Okay, so I check at
That
eight
means it's 10
twenty
o'clock my
and
time.
8:20, and now the live is at 10 a.m.
No, that's a lie.
Well, we used to. I don't even care no more what time you come on. Can you just give me a key so I can let our peoples in, the sippers in the state gang in, so we don't have to be
Yes,
sitting
yeah,
outside?
I do that.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm finna go. Y'all done piss me off. I'll holler at y'all later. I love y'all. Thanks for the support. Shout out to the True Sippers and State Gangs, my mods, my is this the no, I don't have members, and my monetary contributors. Thank you for the contribution that they agreed. All right, I'll see y'all later. Love y'all.
We love you too.
Y'all be good until
Late bird and all.
all right, bye y'all.
Bye.
We been down. Access my regular. I'm talking. Takes me better. Oh, takes me better. We been down. Access my regular. I'm talking. Takes me better. Oh, Says my regular, I'm talking, takes me better. Oh, takes me better. We better. Says my regular, I'm talking, takes me better. Oh, takes me better.